Whenever you ask Trumpers about like policy or specific issue, it always sounds like an answer I would give if I was assigned a book in English class and I didn't read it, but I'm trying to bullshit my way to a C.
It was October 31st, 2000.
I got it, Beast. Okay, so
Hey,
I'm gonna
hey,
just
Miss,
take a minute here, Gunny.
hey, yeah, hang on. I just wanted to say, hey, Mr. Bishop, how are you doing?
Alive. I literally just woke up from this application. Basically selling all this ridiculous shit of my entire adult life about hilarious intentional keeping black men in jail. I'm not gonna be here long because, like I said, I literally just woke up.
Uh-huh.
But you have a lot of Trump holders in the comments section.
Yes.
Hey guys, just for shits and giggles. I believe that the UNT is real. I believe that Trump is a Russian plant, and I believe some of you have no personality other than the fact that, oh my God, Trump's my daddy. He's my father. You people need a life. He is a threat to democracy. I know you military man like myself.
Yes, sir.
What did we do when we saw threats? What was our hope? All threats foreign and what again?
Domestic.
Exactly. So most of you guys are loving yourselves some Russian plants, and you ain't shit. Beast. For the love of everything that is holy, read a motherfucking book. Excuse my French. I'm sorry, but like I said, I just won't.
Here's one. Here's a book.
It's not really good one. Right? 3 months. But 3 years to come on to a fuck lot. Don't ever. What about Kamala? Don't say shit unless you will. Like, you should make videos saying, this is, you know, I'm hearing it. Remember, hey, if you don't want to read, let me get an audio.
With all due respect, I said before, maybe I was misinformed. And the area where I was misinformed was from the Democratic primary debate in 2020. I'm sorry.
And
I get what you're
2016. All right.
And Beast, I will say, you've been very respectful today so far. And so I appreciate that. I did look up your source here. And so and again, I'm speaking to you from someone who has worked in the executive and legislative branches of government, okay? Someone who has worked with Republicans and Democrats, senators and House members to affect change, to affect policy. So regarding this particular issue, one of the issues that the president was having, this Biden at the time, and you are correct, he was very frustrated based on the sources of this news article. And part of that was because at that time, if you will recall, you had Trump continuously saying that we were sending all this stuff to Zelensky, and then you had the Republicans starting to come out of the woodworks and saying that we needed to stop sending money, and we were never sending money, right? So I think part of this was a lot of frustration on some of this is factual, some of it isn't. Is there frustration? Yes. But again, a lot of it is because of the misleading information that's coming from sources that, we don't know who it's coming from. I think there's validity to this article, but I also think that there is questionable comments in this article. So again, we have to, as my dad said, don't believe everything you see, don't believe everything you hear, and only half of what you see, right? The truth is in the middle somewhere. Do I think Biden was frustrated? Probably. But I also understand that Zelensky is fighting to save his nation. So if there was some frustration on either side of the eye of It was justifiable.
And one more thing, and I'll like say, lets me outside my spot. The whole thing with the Elon Musk and the emails, that rubs me the wrong way. But like, I have a hard time like constantly criticizing them because people lost their jobs because they didn't get vaccinated. And then when Biden first got in office, he got into accusing.
He did not, sir. Let me stop you there. He did not. TransCanada pulled out of that deal. TransCanada, the company that owns that pipeline, pulled that project due to litigation. It had nothing to do with the president.
Peter Ducey, the Fox News correspondent, and Ashton Saki about those people that lost their jobs working on the Keystone Pipeline. And her response was they could find other jobs. So like it's like I said, they both
Okay, but sir, your comment was false though. Your comment was false. They did not, it wasn't because of Biden. TransCanada made that decision after years of litigation.
Are you talking about the XL pipeline?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you okay? And let me just Beast. So let me ask you this: do you know what kind of oil or what the pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline? Do you know what the oil was going to be used for that particular pipeline, Beast? That you dropped.
Oh, that's too bad. I mean,
Yeah.
he was actually being somewhat respectful. If he's listening, because he said something about the email to all the federal employees,
Mhm.
Beast, here's what I'm going to suggest. And this is, you can look at my video and you can take the cue from there. I wrote to my federal workers. I sent an email to all my federal workers and it said, "Dear federal workers, as my congressional elected delegation, please list 5 things you accomplished last week." Because as a voter, I want to make sure that my political and voting investment is seeing return. So please list and be detailed. How many bills did you introduce? How many resolutions did you introduce? How many committee meetings did you attend? Did you miss? And how many votes did you make? And how many votes did you miss? How many phone calls did you respond to? How many calls did you miss? If you really want to start with wasteful spending and fraud, I think that, and understanding what our federal workers do, it seems fair to start at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. And just so the chat understands what the Keystone Pipeline XL was primarily for, this comes straight. This information is, I follow Mr. Global for anything that's related to, oil and gas. So basically, essentially what the Keystone XL was going to be, it was going to be used for essentially it's tar sands for one. So it's cost prohibitive to even use the 5% of everything that came out of that pipeline to make for gas. The other 95% was going to be used for oils for like resins and plastics and things of that nature. So it was going to have zero impact on whether or not the price of gas, fluctuated in any way, shape, or form. In terms of the jobs, the small amount of jobs that were not created, because there's only 8%, the pipeline was only 8% completed anyway, and the jobs that would have been created from that particular pipeline, the slack was already picked up by the other 3 major pipelines and the increase in production and things that we were doing inside the United States across the board. So there was essentially no loss. Let's not forget, more importantly, the Supreme Court, if I'm not mistaken, overruled that because it went over indigenous lands, if I'm understanding correct. Correct. Okay.
That is correct. And that was one of that was part of the litigation. This had been going on for so long. And one of the major issues was that they were infringing upon sovereign tribal nations.
Right. Right. And that's the one thing everybody thinks, oh my God, the Keystone Pipeline, first of all, it's 8% done. And it was not, I think he said it would have been 5-10 years, maybe 8 or something like that for, any of that move. If there was going to be any change in the market in terms of any kind of gas, it would have been, way down the road anyway. But again, tar sands. So anyway, all right. Let's see if we can find another Trumper here. Who we got? Who we got here? Let's see.
You've got some really doozies in there.
Oh, I know. I see him in the chat. Oh, Steve, come on up here. You have an issue with my nails. Come on up. I want to talk. I mean, of all the things going in the world on this panel right now, I mean, we can most certainly talk about my fingernail polish, if that's what you choose.
I'd like to know the color.
It's OD green. From
Okay, I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's from Sally's Beauty Supply.
All righty. One just down the street.
Okay. Thanks. Let's try Christian. This guy's not loading. Christian, are you a Trump supporter? Nobody's loading. User, I'm gonna mute you because of your hateful words in the chat. That is not acceptable. Why is nobody loading? Sweet Pea, come on up. What about the people that lost jobs, including military, for not getting the vaccine? Well,
Beast didn't leave.
yeah, Beast.
Didn't you leave?
If you want to come back up and have that conversation, yeah, come back up and I'll explain it to you. That's right, I am Antifa, 100%.
His connection's bad.
Okay. Trump supporters are afraid to request up. Let's see here. We got 250 people here. I'd be hard pressed to think that there's not one Trump supporter in here. Come on now, be for real. Where's Jen? Let's see.
She's a friendly.
Do I know Jenny? Let's see. Oh yeah. No, I don't know Jenny, I guess. Oh, thank you for that. I will. I'm about to do that. Jenny. I gave you a follow, Jenny. Thank you. We definitely got some runners. I'm a Trump supporter. Sweet Pea, come on up here. Sweet Pea, let's have a conversation. We got Beth and we got Grumblebee up here. Let's talk about why it is that you like Donald Trump so much. And I'd really like to know what you think about what's going on with the current state of affairs, specifically Ukraine, executive orders, spending so much time and effort on the marginalized communities like the trans community when the price of eggs and things are so fucking expensive. That was going to be my other point to Trump, man. So if you're talking about being effective, what's more effective? Attacking policy and helping things that benefit the citizens of the United States as a whole, or marginalizing 1% of the population and writing legislation on things that don't fucking matter.
And here's the thing, Gunny. Again, collectively, we pay Congress base salary alone $90 million a year to do their job.
Yeah.
And we're talking about women in sports,
right,
which is less than 1%. We are talking about the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of America. We're talking about Mount Denali.
Mm.
What the actual fuck?
Yeah.
We are paying them 93, and they have the best medical care. They receive their salaries for their entire lifetime. Why are we talking about nonsensical stuff that will do nothing to help the American people? And now we're looking at, again, a candidate who ran on wasteful fraud and spending. We're going to root out all this stuff. And he's actually costing us more money every single day and ruining relationships with our allies, costing us more money every day. Imagine if one of those allies who holds some of our debt comes to us and says, pay up.
We're fucked.
Screwed.
Big time screwed. Brian, Brian, you're a Trump supporter, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, what state did you vote out
of? Florida, 22, Trump.
Okay, and then so what?
You should be more enthusiastic, Brian.
Yeah, come on, man. I know it's early. So, people usually have more energy when they're Trump supporters. So I think you had an issue with tackling things like the price of eggs and stuff, and you made a comment that Trump's only been in office for a few days. Is that right?
No, that's not at all what I said. What I said is how does any sitting president affect egg prices ever? They don't.
I know that.
You're correct.
Well, then why are you?
That's
saying-
why I'm saying that. That's why I'm saying that. We understand that. But MAGA,
Well, then how is he?
then let me finish. Then MAGA ran on MAGA. That's all they talked about under Joe Biden was the price of things and having him do something about it. We understand that unless we like communist controls, then that doesn't happen. But you guys apparently, somewhere in the back of your brain, must, because that's all you fucking talked about was the price of eggs and gas before he got elected.
So let me clarify. So because there are some extremists on the right side that said, "Hey, the egg prices are because of Biden," now you're going to use the same fear mongering tactic to try and convince people that it's Trump's fault that he can't change the prices
It's
on eggs.
not a fear mongering tactic. I'm saying that energy needs to be spent elsewhere to tackle some of the issues that are going on. Can he price control and set the price of eggs? No, but he can certainly. He can,
Why would he say he could if he can't? Because it's what he did.
yeah.
He never
Actually
said
said that he was going to do it on day one.
He said, "Do you want me to play the Brian? Do you want me to play the clip?
He didn't say he was going to
He
bring.
actually said it.
Do you want me to play the
He
clip?
control the prices. He said he was going to bring it down, but he didn't say he could control it.
How do you think that happened?
Yeah, we can play the clip, sir. We're up here saying things to be then caught in a gotcha moment. Oh, you said this. Here's a clip. We can prove you wrong. That Gunny and I are not going to come up here and put ourselves at risk by sharing this information. That's not what we do. Okay, because our reputation would.
He can control it.
You're an idiot.
Well,
You're really an idiot.
Disingenuous. Told it. He said he can quote unquote control it. Any sitting president, anyone who's ever ran, has always said they're going to help the economy. Correct? Name one. Excuse me.
I said he was going to bring these prices down. That would be controlling it.
Excuse me. I'm speaking.
Hey, I don't give a. Hey, first of all, Brian, let me set the tone here for you, Brian. This is my fucking live. These are my two co-hosts, both of which have mod powers. You're not gonna fucking try to power over anybody in this chat.
That's what I'm doing.
And you,
That's what he just tried to do to me, did he not?
because we get to set the tone for the live. Now you're gonna listen, and we can have a back and forth, but you're not gonna power Grumblebee down. Now, Grumblebee, go ahead.
I'd love to do that, but then you showed me a clip.
Shut your fucking cake hole. Shut your fucking cake hole.
I was responding to him.
You're not responding to the clip.
What did I say then, Grumble? What did I say?
He said the price of groceries are going.
What did I say? Because apparently I didn't respond.
What you said was he didn't say the word control, so it doesn't work.
That's the first thing I said.
The meaning of the clip would be controlling prices. If Trump can decide to bring down grocery prices as policy, that would definitionally be controlling it. You're playing a word game instead of talking about what was said and what it means.
It's not a word game.
It's a word.
Actually, I would say it's a word game, sir. Right.
He is doing the word game.
I'm responding to what you said.
Right.
Here's what you guys are claiming. You're claiming that Donald Trump said that he knows 100% way to do it. No, but what every single candidate ever has always said they're going to do well for the economy, well for prices. No candidate ever has said, "Oh, I can't do it. That's not going to happen." Hell no. Any one president has ever said that.
I agree with you. See, this is where we can find some commonality. I agree with you. Remember when we're 23. So Bush 1 was famous he got into some really big trouble because on the campaign, one of his famous phrases was no new taxes. And guess what happened during his presidential term?
Exactly.
They raised taxes. And so I agree with you that they all run on some kind of here's how I'm going to help you, the American people. Okay. But now, and again, you were a teenager, so I don't think you could vote when Trump ran the first time. When Trump was in his first term, what happened, Bryant?
He ran against Hillary Clinton and leaked all those
No,
emails.
what policy? Let's talk policy. I'm not interested in the campaign. What happened during his administration that benefited the American people?
The First Step Act was pretty huge. It affected predominantly the African American community. I think 90% of the people released. And in fact, one of my best friend's dad, who was within petty drug crimes, got released because of that exact policy.
Okay, so I'm not saying that that's not valid. I'm saying to the majority of American people on what he ran on, okay? What he ran on was making America great again, right? So I'm asking for specifically during his first term, what did he do that made America great again?
Yeah, I mean, the First Step Act I'm glad we can agree on that, but I don't think that you can disagree that in general.
She asked you a question, Brian.
Yeah, I'm answering.
Sir,
You're avoiding.
Prices were good. The house prices were good. Wages were up. There was nothing
Okay,
that
but-
did inherently
all right,
wrong.
fair enough. But Bryant, let me ask you this: do you think government moves slowly? Do you think government moves fast enough for us?
No, it's literally within our
Okay.
reason for things to move slowly.
Okay, so it moves slowly. So that then would make sense to say that he inherited a very good economy from Obama. And so he was kind of riding on that tailwind.
Yeah, I agree, and he didn't fuck it up.
Okay, so, but then what happened? He gave a massive permanent tax break to the wealthiest of Americans, not me and you, Bryant, not me and you. So the majority of Americans, once again, were left out. And then what happened? You had COVID. Now that's not his fault.
Can I respond to that,
Fault
please?
that COVID happened, right?
Hey, can I respond to the tax cuts, please?
Sure.
So, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that they didn't help a billionaire or the average American, but every American did see a tax cut. Every American's taxes did go down. It was a
The majority, however, Sir Bryant, due to the other changes in the tax code, most people actually ended up in the net, in the minus category, like you and me, because there were changes in the tax code that actually made that quote tax cut not a tax cut. It was kind of like when Bush 2 gave his, they did a payout, but what it was actually was an advance on your taxes from the next year. It was like a payday loan. Oh yeah, I'm going to give you this money based on what you're going to get on your taxes. It wasn't a real stimulus check. It was actually an advancement on your taxes, on your return.
Here's how I remember the Tax Cuts and Job Act. It gave a blatant cut to pretty much everyone. The people who received the highest percentage were the middle class. The top 1%, they saved the most money because they make the most money. Can you please tell me the policy that you're claiming affected me, the middle class, that I didn't see these tax cuts? Because I saw them. My family saw them. I'm confused.
And if you saw them, then good for you. But again, ultimately, a small business like myself, because of certain tax changes in the tax code, there was actually a net benefit. There was a minus benefit. It looks good in theory, but in practice, it actually ended up in the minus category.
Yeah, my family. So just for inference, during this time, my dad was also a small business owner, and his business boomed during Trump. So I'm just confused. I mean, maybe it's Florida. Maybe Florida's different. Where do you live?
I'm in Appalachia.
It might be. It might not be better because I'm confused.
Yeah, I would say that you're right about that. Actually, I think you're right. I think you're spot on. But I think then the problem was, how did your family's small business do later?
Everyone got our business in particular, luckily, so my dad became terminally, so we had to sell the business right before COVID happened, and it was sports nutrition, so selling protein, a bunch of stuff. And that one got hit the worst because whenever COVID happened, no one has money to go spend on protein.
Right.
But again,
So I'm really sorry about that.
Yeah, me
it's
too.
okay. It's okay. But that that's COVID solved. I'm not claiming that Trump's the best guy ever, but I just
No, yeah, I can hear that. Right, I can hear that. I get that. But what my point is, and then I'll wrap this up. My point is that during the first Trump administration, all the promises, and Gunny mentioned this earlier, none of the promises came to fruition. Right? It was all these promises. First of all, there was never a way to define Make America Great Again. I will tell you that America is great, but we can become greater. I don't think we were great before in every possible way. Our history, it demonstrates we've not been always great. But we do have the possibility and opportunities to become and evolve into the greatest nation possible day after day after day. Each day we can become greater. And what I'm telling you now, Brian, is that we are repeating this all over again. The things that he ran on are actually all of the things that he's destroying. And that's what I'm struggling with. And I know you're 23. I mean, I have a grandson who's 18. And, he's oblivious to this. And so all I'm saying is, I'm not here to tell you who to vote for. I don't think Gunny's here to tell you who to vote for. In fact, Gunny and others fought for you to have the right to vote for whom you feel is right. What I'm encouraging you to do is understand the process and then understand that when someone says what they're going to do, and then they start doing the opposite, or they tell you what they're going to do, believe them the first time. When he said he was going to be a dictator, believe him. But when he starts making promises that he's going to cut food prices, that's not true. We're in a capitalistic society.
Yeah. When has the price of things ever? Yeah. When has the price of things ever went down? Pretty much never.
But you guys do understand, Kamala said, she said the exact same thing on the campaign trail. She was saying she was going to quote unquote deal with price gouging. And if you did any sort of research, you know that almost all the big grocery stores had to file bankruptcy. There was no price gouging to be done.
What?
I swear.
Wait a minute. Kroger. No, they were grocery stores were making record prop. Go ahead, Grumblebee. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm not aware of any big grocery store chains filing bankruptcy.
Yeah.
And in fair to Brian, she did mention the idea of price controls on the campaign trail. Now, is that a good idea?
She did.
Probably not. Was that ever going to actually happen? Almost certainly not. So when people talk about economic policy and what a president can do, a lot of people will give Trump credit. They'll kind of grade him on a curve when he says things that don't really align with an economic theory that makes sense. When he says things like blanket tariffs, a lot of people will come back and say, oh, that's just a negotiating tactic, right? That's how a lot of people write it off. And I suppose it could be. I can't see inside of his head, so I can't tell you for sure that it's not. But if it's a negotiating tactic, it hasn't proven to be a very effective one. When Kamala Harris talks about price controls in grocery stores or taxing unrealized capital gains, she's almost certainly not going to get price controls or an unrealized capital gains tax through Congress. This is almost certainly a negotiating tactic. This is a starting point, and then you play towards the middle during your term in order to pass legislation. That's how it's always been done.
But Grumblebee, I think, however, that we need to stop talking about the president and actually start talking more about what Congress is and is not doing.
Yeah.
Congress has failed to do their job now for 4 decades.
Yeah.
We keep talking about the same thing each legislative session. And Bryant, being 23, I realize that this, literally, Reagan talked about immigration reform. Bush 1 talked about immigration reform. Clinton talked about immigration reform. All these Congresses, and they were all these congressional sessions under Republican control and Democratic control, talk about the same shit over and over again. Immigration, education, healthcare. For fuck's sake, Stop talking about it and do something. You get paid $93 million a year collectively to do a job. Do the fucking job.
Yeah.
If it's a yes vote, it's a yes vote. If it's a no vote, and I can't take credit for this, a famous senator one time said this on the floor. The last day of session, the budget was, they had not passed the budget, and the freshman senator wanted to filibuster the bill. And the senator got up, he said, "Sir, listen, if it's a yes vote, it's a yes vote. It's a no vote, it's a no vote. But Senator, we're going to vote on this bill. And if you don't want to vote, there's a door there, there's a door there, and there's a door there. And I will not send the sergeant on arms to get you. But we are going to vote on this bill, Senator. So sit down and let's vote." So the bottom line is that we need Congress to do their job, and we need to stop giving credit and the attention to the president because he has very limited powers.
Yeah, if you're going to do anything good for the future of the United States, you're going to really want to focus on the midterms and what's going on your on your local levels. But that's where I think I'm gonna. That's where I think we should start. Yeah.
Brian, you're in Florida. There's 2 special elections coming up in your state.
Yeah.
I would focus there because then you'll return the balance of power in Congress to where actually you may have a chance to get some bills passed.
I think the real conversation starts, how are we going to get, freaking Congress people to have term limits? Because people, they're career politicians, they make all this money. The truth is, you give people 4 to 8 years, maybe they're going to try to hire versus the best they can.
Well, Brian, I'm going to push back on you a little bit because here's what's happened. In states that have seen term limits, guess what happens? You get freshman legislators. First of all, it takes a good year for someone to actually get their feet wet and understand the process. It is not easy. I remember the first day on the Senate floor of my first day, and I thought, I'm going to be fired. I'm never going to figure this out. It is hard. It is not easy. However, you figure it out, but it does take time. So let's give them a little grace and give them a period of time to get their feet wet.
Yeah.
But here's what happens with term limits. You lose the institutional knowledge that senior elected officials have, and then you lose the personal relationships that are built between members of any legislative body. And when that happens, when you lose that, lobbyists take over because they know how everything works.
Yeah.
And then they take control. And then you're all fucked. And you've seen state legislature after state legislature after state legislature who enact term limits fail because now lobbyists are in control. So we do have voting term limits. It's called the vote. I would argue, however, that I'm trending in favor of age limits. And as someone who's older, a lot older than you, Brian, that hurts me to say, but I am trending more towards that there is an age limit, and I don't think you should be paid to do a job that you're no longer doing a job. So we need to change the way that they're paid for life, because you're a public servant. While you're a congressman or woman, you should be paid. But when you're no longer in office, I don't think you should be paid to do a job you're no longer doing. I think you and I, Gunny and Grumblebee, can all agree on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So let's find those common ground points and focus there instead of the shiny balls that they keep trying to put in our way. Because let's be honest, for any of us on this panel, men in sports, that what they say men in sports does not affect us. It doesn't. Let the organizations in charge of that handle those issues. It is not that does not affect us, sir.
I agree, but does that mean that we shouldn't talk about the people it does affect? I mean, that lady who is partially paralyzed, the lady in California who's about to set the new state record for the long jump, that trans athlete for the women, I mean, can we not talk about that?
Sir, let's focus on the things that are gonna, do you want to focus on that one particular subject while our country burns down?
I mean,
it's like you're taking the water hose to a massive fire or you're taking a major fire truck to a tiny little piece of paper that's on fire, and you're missing the entire country burning around you. You're not focused. Don't work. That thing will work itself out.
Brian,
And that will work out.
Brian, when was the last?
We lose our democracy, it's over.
Brian, when was the last time you went to a woman's sporting event?
Probably when I was in high school, so probably like 6 years ago, maybe a volleyball game.
Yeah, well, exactly. Can you name anybody from the WNBA?
No, and I understand the
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just saying you're focusing on that because Donald Trump is telling you to. He's making the trans community be this freaking boogeyman that is not even that. So he's shifting your focus from the real issues. Number one, he just hates people in general of that community. That's my personal belief. But two, he's creating all this chaos and this distraction because he knows he can target his base that way. So you're not focusing on the other shit like lowering the cost of things. You know, that's my point. But anyway.
I understand, but I don't think it's necessarily distracting me by him bringing it up. It's an issue I care about, not because it affects me directly, but because I put myself in the situation of what if it was affecting me, and then the rest of America said, "Oh, to hell with it, it's not bothering me," and then I was just getting screwed over because no one else cares. That's the point I'm at. And also I think Trump is. I do think you can multitask. There's a lot of stuff you got to do in your presidency. I think he's delivering on a lot of his promises. Border, for instance, there was 20,000 border encounters under Biden weekly. Under Trump, there's 6,000.
Where's your evidence of that? Where's your evidence of that?
I'll go find it. I think it's npr.org.
Biden's average monthly deportations were 47,000, and I think Trump's was somewhere in the 30s. And there's been a downward trend since October, and we haven't seen the numbers for February as of yet because they've not been published. But as far as Trump and Caroline Levitt and them saying there's been a 94% decrease in all of that stuff, I think that's everybody's just taking their word for that. But I mean, I guess we'll know more when the numbers get published. But I would say that.
Yeah, so it's on PBS.org. You can look it up. What they do is they go through the lie that Fox News spread. Fox News was trying to tell people that Trump's immigration was down by 95%.
Yeah.
And that comparison only worked whenever they took the total number of Biden's weekly compared to Trump's daily. But if they do weekly to weekly, then it's 60%. So it goes from 20,000 to 7,000. But the 95%, that was a lie. The statistic they were doing was the 20,000 compared to 1,000.
I got you. And I don't have that information, but I'm just, as a whole, we've already been on a downward trend since October, but that's one of the things I am interested in.
And we're on a downward trend for sure, but I mean, this does show that without going through Congress, just pure leadership and legislative.
Hold on, Brian. Hold on. I got to stop you here.
Sure.
Part of the reason that you're seeing those numbers go down, okay, is that people are leaving this country.
Yeah.
Immigrants who are here legally. Undocumented does not mean you're here illegally. Undocumented means that you are going through the process to attain your citizenship. People like my son-in-law, Bryant, who has been here and has been trying to get his citizenship now for 18 years. 18 years. More than $20,000 spent on legal fees, paperwork, and other documents. 18 years and $20,000, sir. Meanwhile, during this time, he's owned his own businesses. He's contributed to his community. He's raising his children, my daughter's children, and their children. And they've adopted his nephew after his mother passed away. He gives back to his community. 18 years. Now, is that his fault that the government can't get their shit together and reform immigration? No, but he's the one who's being punished after contributing to this economy for 18 fucking years. Now, on his
that's not okay. I mean, I agree.
It's not okay. But see, they have you thinking that this man is a criminal. You don't even know who he is. But I can tell you because I wouldn't let anybody walk into my daughter's life. I can tell you that right now. He is an amazing man, and I love him dearly. And again, this is the majority of immigrants in this country. They want a better life.
Yeah.
That's it. We focus on the people who, and again, any immigrant who comes to this country, any migrant who comes to this country, are subject to the very same laws that you and I have. They're subject to the very same constitution that you and I have, including due process under the law. So whether they walk over here, swim across the river, take a boat, ride a plane, whatever it means, whatever it takes for them to get here, that is a legal process for them to do under our Constitution. So if we want to change that, fair enough. I'm all for it. I supported the Langford bill. But to then villainize these people for doing something that is protected under our Constitution is fundamentally flawed and wrong. It's morally inept. It's wrong.
No, I agree. I align more with Obama's deportation policy of keep the people who haven't done any crime, the ones that do, get them out.
This guy ran on this and you voted for him.
Well, I would like to clarify that. So, I do want to say that it's like, I don't want to say, the last percentage I saw was 42% out of the illegals that have been deported so far do have past criminal records. I'm trying to find that right now, but I'm having trouble. But the standpoint I took was we see an administration where we've seen a rise in stuff like, I don't know, so the Venezuelan gangs that they seriously did take over those apartments. Anyone can go watch any major news, like they're all reporting it. That is a fact. So the point I'm at is saying, okay, this is probably the worst I've ever seen illegals happen. And while I might not agree with Trump's policy, I do not see Joe Biden or Kamala Harris's policy saying, let's get the bad people out too. They're just saying, let everyone in. At least that's what I see.
That's not true, sir. They were instrumental in working from day one of their administration in starting. In fact, one of the first things they did during their administration, first few weeks of their administration, just like every other president and vice president, is they present an agenda to Congress. And part of their agenda had to do with with immigration reform, right? So they sent that to Congress. And guess what happened? It sat there, and it sat there, and it sat there.
Talk about HR 22.
Because Congress didn't want to address it. And then in the final months, okay, you had a bill that came forward that addressed national security. And as part of that national security bill, it included immigration reform, right? But the Republicans said, no, we don't want all this other stuff in it. So where Democrats was like, okay, we'll just make it one single bill and it's all going to be about immigration. And the Republicans said, okay. They hammered out the bill in the Senate. It was ready for passage. And then it would go to the House. Instead, what happened was Trump called and said, don't let the bill go to the floor because I need it to run for president. And even the sponsor, Langford, from Oklahoma, who's one of the most conservative. I mean, he stands up so straight because of what's up his butt. I mean, he walks tall with a big stick because the stick is exactly where you know where it is. And I'm not saying that in a malicious way. I'm just saying he's uber conservative, right? He has actually come out and said how disappointed he was in Trump for stepping on this bill and essentially taking it off the floor when it could have had a substantial change and led to substantial change and would have actually benefited his presidency if he won.
Yeah.
But Trump is so much about himself. If you go back, here's what I'm going to give you a little bit of homework, Bryant. And I'm not trying to be, like Mama Karen here, but I want you to go back and I want you to look at the speeches of Reagan, of Clinton, of Bush 1, their inauguration speeches, their State of the Union speeches. I want you just take a look at 15 minutes each of them. That's all I'm asking you to do. and then I want you to look at Trump's speeches, and and then maybe you and I can do a live together, and I want you to tell me the difference.
Yeah, I would love to get into specifics about the border bill, just to make sure. Which one are we talking about? We're talking about the Langford HR.
I'm talking about the Langford bill. The first bill was a national security bill. It was because there was funding in there for Israel. There was funding in there, and when I say funding, I mean equipment for Ukraine. There was other things in the bill because see, when you talk about Ukraine, you hear that we're giving them all this money. And Gunny, correct my language if I'm wrong. We gave them decommissioned, out of commission, decommissioned, antiquated military equipment and munitions that we are no longer using.
Yeah,
Okay,
outdated.
so we gave,
Yeah, outdated equipment goes to them, and then which in turn ends up stimulating our own economy and creating jobs because then we got to replenish that same equipment with new equipment.
Right. Okay, so I want to read this, guys, to you. So this is from the MissouriIndependent.com. They quoted Chuck Schumer himself. He said, "So the bill did not get all Democrats on board, which Schumer acknowledged earlier this week was a possibility. Quote unquote, we do not expect every Democrat or Republican to come out in favor of this bill." Schumer said on Senate floor Thursday, "The only way we pass this bill or any border bill is with broad bipartisan support." So it's not a Republican or a Democrat issue. It's a they hate each other issue, correct?
no.
No. I believe.
No, okay, what did you say?
Senators voted against the bill. All Republicans except maybe one voted against it.
Well, Chuck Schumer was the leader of the Senate, right, at the time?
Yes, but the leader of a split 50-50 Senate.
Yeah, you didn't have a Senate. So if they were to veto,
That's just what Chuck Schumer said. I don't know.
Right, I understand what you're saying. Again, the majority was so slim that, how do I say this?
It was the slimmest possible majority.
Yeah.
Absolutely, right. So, and I'm not sure, the Missouri Independent, I'm gonna look, at their, bias.
They might have misquoted them. I don't know, but again, it was unless this quote is misquoted, it's a Democrat leader of the Senate who was saying that it needed bipartisan support, not that Republicans were holding it.
Yes.
Well, it did have bipartisan support. Again, the sponsor was a Republican, sir.
Votes for these bills. If you look at the vote for the bill, I think 2 or 3 Democrats voted against it, but
Right.
it was always going to be too conservative for some of them. At the end of the day, it was a bipartisan bill. Langford wasn't just a sponsor, he was one of the writers. He was the chiefly credited writer for the bill. I think Schumer planned on a couple of Democratic senators, playing to their base and not wanting to vote for it. But I don't think he planned on every Republican save, I think 1, maybe 2, disregarding it and voting against it.
Here, I can give
You say that if all 50 Democrats had voted for it, it would have passed. Sure, but you're asking a lot from a Big Tent party. Republicans should have been in favor of this bill. They wrote the goddamn thing.
Yeah. Wasn't there an interview with Langford too, with one of the Fox News hosts, where he went into detail because Fox played it on his live the other day, and I screen recorded it, but I can't pull it up. But there's an interview with Langford, I believe it's Langford, and I can't the dark haired guy on Fox News claiming that basically Donald Trump said, do not approve this bill.
Yeah, he did. In fact, Langford expressed his disappointment.
Yeah, I'm not saying he didn't do that. I'm just saying. So it says here that it failed 49 to 50, and it needs 60 votes to pass.
Now, hold on. Right, that was a procedural vote, sir. It never went to the floor for a vote. So that was a procedural vote. It actually never made it to the floor to be voted on because it was, I can't say the word, but it was stricken down on a procedural vote.
So let me clarify. So a procedural vote is a vote on something that they want to bring to the table to vote on.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
I'll look into that.
So it
Yeah.
never even made it to the floor to be voted upon.
Right.
That's why I'm saying, sir, this is my problem, is we keep talking about the president. The president can't pass bills. All these executive orders that he's writing, they cost thousands of dollars to write. And they're pieces of paper. They are not law. And then on top of that, Brian, guess what you and I get to pay for? Not only do we get to pay to print up meaningless pieces of paper, right, which is an executive order, when he could actually just go to Congress and say, please pass my agenda. Okay, he's writing all these executive orders. Then we pay for changing all these publications for nothing. But now, sir, now we get the thruple fuck. Excuse my language, but now we're getting the thruple fuck, Bryant.
And this kind of begs the question.
We have to pay to litigate it.
Yeah.
Now you and I and Gunny and Grumblebee are paying to go to court. Did you want to take this to court? Because I didn't want to take this to court. Quite frankly, I could give two shits about Gulf of America and Mount McKinley. I don't care.
Yeah.
What I do care about is my taxpayer dollars are being wasted by a president who said he was going to root out wasteful spending and fraud.
Yeah. And how many times did we hear Donald Trump say that there was this freaking border crisis? And in reality, if there was this border crisis, if he really wanted to tackle it, he wouldn't have convinced Langford and them to shoot it down. It's totally contrived. Yeah.
I think he did want to tackle it, but I do think that he needed it to run on his campaign. You know, I do think he needed it to run.
Okay, so what's more important, Brian? What's more important? Let me ask you this.
I agree, but
it would have hurt his campaign, Brian? Let me ask you this question. Do you think it would have hurt his campaign if he would have come forward and said, what Langford has done here is amazing? The Republican Party has done an amazing job of putting together a bill that is going to help strengthen America's border. And when I'm elected president, I'm going to make Langford my Homeland Security Director. Let me tell you, that's a winning phrase right there.
Yeah.
Instead, he made it about him, not the American people. See, I could pull this shit out of my ass all the time because I used to do it all the time.
Hey, I'm going to go refill coffee. You guys, I'm going to go refill coffee. I'm still listening, but you guys keep talking. Thank you.
Stick up, man.
While you're at it, Gunny.
All right.
I was like, another one. Brian, my point is, Brian, is there are ways that you can use your candidate political leadership to benefit your campaign without causing mass chaos and catastrophe with legislation. And there was a way he could have benefited from that bill being passed. But instead, his selfishness took over because it has to be all about him and not about you, Bryant. He doesn't care about you and me.
What about all the Democrats that voted against the bill? Would you call them selfish as well?
There weren't a ton of Democrats that voted against the bill, but again, sir,
Alex
it was a
Caldana,
vote.
Matt Bozena, Butler of California, and
Again, sir, it was a procedural vote.
Bernie Sanders of Vermont.
Bryant,
I'm
it
just
was a procedural vote,
Beth.
not a vote on the bill.
Well, then
It was
why?
a vote on procedure.
Well, then
Bernie Sanders also, this is kind of semantic, but Bernie Sanders isn't a Democrat. He's an independent who caucuses with Democrats.
Right.
I would just like to use the DNC to run for president.
Just you need to hold you need to call them selfish as well. If you're going to call Trump selfish for what they did, because they could have ushered this bill in. They could have also
Again, sir, this was a procedural vote.
If they all voted for it, then it would have went to the floor.
I'm also
But
fine.
you
With
had
that. I'm fine
Republicans
with
too.
calling some of these senators.
I agree.
I'm fine with saying some of these senators are just playing politics. I understand that.
Yeah, that's fair. I think both sides are playing politics.
No, if this isn't both sides, I wouldn't vote for them for president. That's a different standard. I don't live in the districts those senators are from. I don't have control over what they do. But I wouldn't elect them president if they're going to play politics over national interests. And you should feel the same way about Donald Trump.
Brian, do you think it's fair that one person decides the policy of 350 million Americans when we have a Congress that is duly elected to serve their districts of those 350 million people?
I guess it depends what policy you're talking about.
No, sir, I'm talking about a democratic process that we have in this country. Do you think it is appropriate for the president to bypass our Constitution to bypass our representative democracy, to unilaterally make decisions on our behalf.
I'm confused on what you're referring to. So as far as I know,
Okay, so we have Congress, right? We have Congress.
well,
You and
I understand how Congress works.
you
but are
elect
you
people
saying-
from Florida, right?
Yeah, but are you trying to say that Trump is avoiding Congress with the immigration issue and he's just
Yes,
self?
yes.
But that isn't that what Obama did?
No.
That is what he started. He signed an executive. It all starts with executive order. What's the point of an executive order?
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. An executive order is a piece of paper. It is never law, ever.
Okay, so can I ask for your opinion? Do you think that we should get rid of executive orders? Do you think they're useless?
I think they need to be extremely limited in scope. That's what I think. I think it's gotten out of hand, mainly because going back to what I said earlier, Bryant, Congress has failed to do their job for 40 fucking years. And I am tired of hearing the same shit every year. And I used to work in it.
Hey,
So
hold on.
I'm equally speaking against Republicans and Democrats in this shit.
Okay. Hey, Gunny, you
Yep.
might want to reset your gift goals.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got you. Thank you.
Yes, executive orders can be easily reversed. That's why you're saying Mount Denali. Mount Denali was the name Mount McKinley was done years ago. Mount Denali is the name of the mountain by the indigenous people that inhabited that land. That was the name of the frickin' mountain, based on the tribe that lived in that area. When colonists came here and took over, they decided that they were going to name these mountains after really great white people. Well, quite frankly, they did that. And then Obama decided it's time that we honor our indigenous peoples and return the name back to its original name. Well, not to be outdone, Trump comes in and is like, I don't like that. That's not cool. I'm going to name it back after another white man. And again, it means nothing.
Keep in mind, Donald Trump probably still thinks that Christopher Columbus discovered America. Just saying.
Exactly. So my point to you, Brian, is executive orders can easily be overturned, but they're pieces of paper. And now we have hundreds of them that he's issued. Again, instead of going to Congress and asking them to do their job on my behalf and your behalf and Gunny's behalf and Sylvia's behalf and Grimblebee's behalf, he's doing all this on his own, and now we're going to pay for it in the courts as well.
Can I ask you?
Nothing's going to get done again.
Did you agree with how Obama started his immigration policy?
In what context? In what way?
Well, I guess, yeah. I'm not trying to be rude, but I guess I'm trying to trap you. Like, do you know how he started it? Because you claim that it wasn't executive orders, but I can give you the 4 executive orders, the 5 actually, that are all executive actions that he signed that were dealt with immigration.
Sir,
Do you also understand that executive orders also, like, when they're written at times, is to help enforce current already existing law?
correct.
Because Obama didn't like change any existing immigration laws. Neither did Trump. Neither did Biden. All they were doing is enforcing current laws already on the books for decades.
Yeah, I agree. It's telling people to go get after it, which is good. That's a part of being a leader. I don't understand why everyone's mad about these executive orders when we're seeing positive action.
It's the manner what he's doing. Like what Beth said. For me, in my opinion, he shouldn't be able to write an executive order that separates thousands of service members who have been serving honorably just because he has issues with transgender people.
I'm reading some stuff on here on what Obama did with executive orders. One of it dealt with deferred action for childhood arrivals on DACA, deferred action for parents of U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents, provisional waivers of unlawful presence. I've got it all up here. We could definitely. So yeah, that was from 2014. And like I said, we're not saying. And Beth or nobody on here said that we just said that it needed to be used. She never said that Obama didn't do any executive orders. We're just saying that it should be used in, I guess, a limited scope. I think that
It's
that
a
was
last resort.
Yeah.
It's last resort. Not only that, But again, a number of these, Brian, these bills, and by the way, I do want to appreciate, I want to tell you, I appreciate the dialogue. I appreciate the conversation.
Me too.
The problem with these EOs are many have already been deemed illegal and or unconstitutional. So again, when you have a president who comes in and doesn't understand the legislative process, parliamentary procedure, or basic law, right? Basic law, and then doesn't want to actually rely on people who, or have people that surround him that understand basic principles of how our government works, you're going to run into massive problems. So now, Bryant, you and I and Gunny and Sylvia and Grumblebee and everybody in here listening, we're going to be stuck footing the fucking legal bills for this. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this shit.
Here's an example, Brian. Here's a specific example. Donald Trump signed a new EO, I think, that said that he said illegal immigrants can't vote. That's already a thing. Why? So why are we wasting time and energy and paper and money to write an EO on shit that doesn't even need to be done because it's already a law and it doesn't happen?
There's some places where if they get their temporary residency or they get asylum,
I'm talking about like somebody with nothing.
In a presidential
They can't.
election,
They can't vote in a. Yeah.
stuff.
So that's
No,
state.
actually,
You
it's only
guys are
local
all
level.
about giving states what they want.
It's only local level, like school boards.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
Not even for mayors.
Nothing
Not even
federal.
for their county commissioners. Not
No.
even for city council. It's for school boards. That's what they're being allowed to vote in.
He's creating a fire by doing.
They can do it.
He's creating a fire to, again, in this particular case, marginalize a community to placate his base on a thing that's not even a fucking issue, is I guess the point.
And the majority of these immigrants do everything to stay away from these issues or these elections because they don't want to be in the spotlight.
Right.
They don't want to, they literally, because my daughter is a translator, she works for the school system. She is one of the things that she does, and she does it for free, by the way. She doesn't get paid extra for this, is she is a translator. So when a new family comes in and the parents speak Spanish or the grandparents speak Spanish, then she will help translate for them. I just want to tell you something about my grandson.
Wait, Beth, hold on before you do that, because we always end up moving away. When it comes to the immigrants that are being allowed to vote in local elections, like school boards, okay? These immigrants, it's not like they just showed up here. You have to have a green card, okay?
Yes.
That means you have legal permanent residence. And to be able to get your green card, you already have to have been living here for, I think, at least 5 years. So that's somebody that's already been living here, established in our communities. I have no issues if they have children going to our schools to be able to vote for school board members. They should be able to because they're involved in our community.
Right.
And my grandson, who is 16.
So I'm sorry.
Well, my grandson, who's 16, English is his second language, master chess player, and is already attending college courses while he's still in high school. These are the kids that you want to kick out? I'm sorry. My bad. He doesn't have $5 million to buy his citizenship.
Yeah. You know what's really sad too is there's been reports now because of the aggressiveness of Trump's policy that now these children that were at one point going to school are not going to the actual school now in fear of being part of the mass deportation process.
And you had an 11-year-old child, a little girl, who was being bullied mercifully by her classmates, threatening her.
Yeah, I mean, I
And she unalived herself. She was 11 years old. And this is a direct response of a grown-ass man demonizing human beings.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I think it's really sad. I wish Trump's immigration policy wasn't. I wish it reflected more like Obama's, but it's also the.
Sir, respectfully, I agree with you there. Here's what I want. I want Trump to be a fucking leader. I want Trump to have some fucking integrity. I want him to be respectful of all people. I want him to lead this nation in this world. I don't want him grand.
I mean,
Up
come on,
here.
he's just a better leader than our past administration. The dude that
He is not a leader, sir.
Beth, Joe Biden wasn't able to pronounce the foreign leader's
Let's not
name.
go down that road.
Brian, that is so
You're going to talk
disingenuous.
about somebody's
That's so
like,
not-
mental
that's so
capacity
not
or whatever.
I'm not.
Trump
It's
can't even answer a question without turning it into a word salad. All
Hey,
right?
Hey, I'm gonna play. Hey, Brian, I'm gonna.
You put it that way.
Brian,
Tired of hearing this narrative.
Brian, I'm gonna play this clip. I want you to tell me what. I don't even have to play this whole clip. This is regarding like the electric vehicle mandate and all that kind of shit and batteries and all that kind of shit. I don't even have to play the whole 90 seconds of this fucking video. What in the actual fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, he was referring to. He was talking about the boats, and he was curious as to what would happen if the batteries
Why?
in water.
Why?
Electric vehicle mandates.
He didn't say the electric vehicle, did he not?
Question was about
Well, I didn't hear the question.
I know, but so what?
care.
Yeah.
I'm going to draw my own conclusions.
Hang on. Let me just do this. This will give you a little the context that you're looking for. Hang on.
I'm not gonna.
Hang on. I just have to refute the claim that you think Joe Biden was like some babbling fucking idiot. And I can also play a clip where Trump thought that there was planes during a battle in like the 18 fucking hundreds. So let's be so for real, man. Come on.
You're not referring to childcare?
Okay. The question was.
I didn't hear a question.
Oh my God! Let's stop talking. The question was, what would his policy be on helping provide childcare for working Americans? I mean, it wasn't. I don't remember it verbatim, but that was
Yeah.
basically the gist of the question. The only time he
asked
mentions
about a
anything
bill.
about policy is the word childcare. He goes, childcare is childcare.
Yeah.
The rest of the answer has nothing to do about the policy he would help put in place to help working parents afford childcare in this country.
Yeah, I don't think Trump at all knows how childcare works, but I think he's smart enough to elect someone.
This
that's
is
cabinet that does.
insane, Gunny. How they twist themselves into pretzels.
Let me just
to
play.
avoid what's really happening.
Our health and human services secretary is. He's an environmental lawyer.
Who only I think took one case to court.
Hang on. Just listen to this. Just one more time. Let's listen. What I mean, come on now. Are we doing this in terms of mental capacity between Biden and Trump.
It was referring to when they lost their last battle, was it not?
Do you think that Robert E? Do you think that he really said? Was Robert? Was he a fucking Irish fucking pirate? Never fight uphill, me boys. Come on, man.
Well, we all know that Trump talks like he's an idiot. I
But
mean,
why? Yes. So again, why don't you hold the same energy for Trump? Or why do you make the claims about Biden, but you're not always doing it for Trump? Come on, man.
here's my claim. Biden's gonna forget your name. Trump's gonna mispronounce it, but at least he didn't forget it. That's my.
Wait, hold on. No. Trump thought who was it at the time?
Tim Apple.
That's it. Or the CEO Apple. He called him Tim Apple.
Yeah.
So don't go there, Matt. Oh well, Biden.
I'm talking about world leaders.
The man was sitting in front of him with a place card. Didn't know his name.
He also got the leader of Hungary wrong, or one of those world leaders wrong, as well. When it was like it was Viktor Orban or one of those. He got one of those wrong too. Come on, man.
You mispronounced it. I agree.
But I'd say the CEO of Apple is more influential than like most world leaders.
Yeah, 100%.
Exactly my point. So again, you're going through these mental gymnastics, Bryant. I don't know if it's that you're just I don't know. I'm going to speak for myself. When I find out I'm wrong, I get very angry at myself, but I take it out on others. I'm going to be honest with you. This is how I was taught. My dad does the same thing. And then I get mad at myself. And I think I should have known that. I should have known that. How could I have not known that? But then I get mad at everybody else. Now, I will say that was 30 years ago. Today, I'm a far different person because I evolved and I grew. And I realized that I don't know everything. So, Bryant, if you came to me and said, hey, Sarah, I'd like, to get your expertise on, welding. I'm going to be like, hey, Bryant, I can't help you here. But what I can do is I can refer you to someone better, right? Because I don't know shit about welding. But if you want to know how a bill's passed, I'm your girl. I'm a woman of few talents, Bryant. Again, as someone who worked in the executive and legislative branch, I can tell you anything and everything about how that process works. But everything else, no. But I think part of the problem we have with Americans today is that they don't want to realize they were wrong. And if someone comes to me and says, hey, Beth, you know what? You were wrong about this. I'm going to say, okay, let me look into that. And I've had friends that have done that. I've had senators that said, hey, you got this wrong in a speech, Beth. And I'm like, oh, shoot, sorry. But then I get mad at myself because I was wrong and I failed. And then years later, I finally figured out failure is not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that you don't recognize you failed and you don't fix it.
Yeah, the lack of self-awareness is the issue.
I mean, I can give an example. I think when Trump put those 25% tariffs and then rolled them back 2 days later, I think isn't that what you're looking for in a leader? Someone who can say, oh,
Yes, it's rolled back from tariffs. Sir,
have you seen this?
it's to be literally corporations are calling the White House saying, we have shareholders that we have to respond to. And there's no security here.
And that's why Trump peeled them back. On Tuesday, he put them in, and then on Thursday, he said,
sir,
we're going to peel them back until April 2nd.
Done.
So in Brian's defense, I understand what you're getting at. What you want is a leader who will try new things, even things that might not work sometimes, but they'll respond based on the impact those things have, right? They'll evaluate the world, they'll evaluate what's happening, and sometimes they'll change their plan. I agree with you. That is, generally speaking, something you want a leader to be able to do. But we have very little evidence that Trump does that based on the actual outcome of the things that he does. We have a lot of evidence that he will change his mind based on how mad his base gets or how mad richer people around him get, right? In the case of tariffs, yeah, I think it's a good thing that he'll renege on the tariffs and repeal them, but the tariffs are a terrible idea to begin with. And the trouble when you're talking about tariffs in particular is that one, blanket tariffs are just bad. But two, when he institutes the tariffs and then changes his mind repeatedly,
Yeah.
honestly, as bad as tariffs are, that's even worse than just doing. We had our
Not just within the stock market, but within like the population.
right. So the issue with tariffs, not only are we going to have the stock market hit, people are worried about rising prices, people are worried about supply chain. Instituting tariffs is always going to have some kind of impact. The bigger issue now is that as long as people aren't sure what the tariff policy is going to be or what supply chains are going to look like, companies are going to sit on liquidity. They are not going to make new investments. They are not going to make new plans. They are not going to change anything. They are going to sit and hold and wait and look. Because until they can figure out what the state of the market is going to be, they can't wisely invest their resources. So as long as we're doing this back and forth, a ton of companies responsible for billions of dollars in our economy, if not trillions, are just going to sit there and watch and wait while they're like, we have to figure out what this guy's actually going to do long term so we can plan around it. And right now they can't. Nobody can. I don't know if the tariffs are even going to go into place on April 1st, and neither do you. Neither does anybody.
Yeah, that's true. And
Brian,
I'm sorry, Beth. I only have like 2 minutes before I have to leave.
Okay.
But I really appreciate the dialogue. This is the first panel I've joined ever, and it's been productive and not just yelling at each other about North America or TDS or et cetera. So I appreciate the dialogue, guys.
Yeah.
we appreciate you as well, Brian. And again, not here to
I'll look into a lot of the stuff you said. Like I didn't know about the immigrants. I was told that immigrants could vote on state level, and I'm probably very wrong on that. So I'm gonna go look into that.
No,
I appreciate it.
it is.
all right.
We're very correct on that.
This
Okay.
is esoteric stuff.
Legal residents can vote, but they only can vote in like school board elections. They can't vote in their state and federal elections.
And we are not on the poll, my friend. We're not here to shame you.
No.
Have a great day, guys.
Thanks,
You
Brian.
too.
Come on. Hey, request up if you're on later. Feel free to request up. Was what I was going to say. That he was way better to talk to than that Trump guy. Holy
Oh,
fuck
man.
balls.
Oh, did you miss a doozy this morning already? Because I overslept.
Oh my God.
Lunatic.
Good God. I want to clip it just so I can play it for Sylvia.
Oh,
Jesus.
please do. Yeah. See, that's one of the things I wish that lives were available to go back and listen to after they're over.
No, you can.
For like anybody,
Wait, you can do that.
No, I meant just for anybody.
Oh.
Oh, I see. Yeah. And
Over on X, you can always go back and listen to a space that's been recorded, once it's over, and you can't do that here.
yeah. If there are any other Trump supporters out there that want to come up and have a conversation, we've got 3 awesome co-hosts up here with a wealth of knowledge that I would like for them to be able to share and address your points for, I guess, voting for the Mango Mussolini, as I like to call him.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that I look at all the time is I want my president to be successful. I want the president of the United States to be successful because that means we as a country are successful, right? What is happening now will take decades to undo.
Yes.
It is, and I saw this, I reposted it, and the trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars that certain people and companies are holding could literally buy up our entire military. They have cash reserves, and individuals have enough money to buy a fucking military. That is scary shit.
Yeah. Lenny, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not. I just got a question for Beth.
Go ahead.
I'm obviously a British citizen. I moved to America 14 years ago. It only took me 18 months to get my green card. I'm just curious about why it's taken her son-in-law 18 years to become a citizen. That confuses me, especially the cost of it.
I would say probably because of his skin color.
South American?
Well, hold on, lady. My mom's a green card holder. She's not a citizen.
No, I'm not either.
She's been here 60 years. You don't have to become a citizen.
Yes, I know that. I'm because of Trump, I've decided so far not to become a citizen. I'm just curious why Beth's son-in-law specific has taken 18 years
Yeah.
of trying. to
So
become.
here's part of the problem. Where he has to go is 2 hours away from his home. Okay, so when they have their court hearings, it's in a major metropolitan area. So he has to travel 2 hours each way. Okay, then he sits and he waits. But typically what happens is that they will schedule a hearing and then it will be postponed. This happens over and over and over again. So I don't know. I got involved 10 years ago as a sponsor. And so we were hoping it was speeding things up. And we are making some progress. But again, we're already $20,000 in, 18 years in and waiting. And so even though I've had the career I've had, I am terrified that he's going to get picked up, or that my adopted grandson or any of my grandchildren will be picked up because they are brown. And let me tell you, if it happens, this is one badass grandma that will take action. Because I'm not going to let them do this to my family who has worked so hard to have a beautiful home. He's amazing. I will take him over any American citizen any day of the week. And he works as hard as my father has. And let me tell you, that says a lot because my father is the hardest working man I know. So I don't understand this blanket I am infuriated by this and I'm terrified. But here, you know what's really interesting? If you call ICE, you cannot get any information about anybody in ICE custody. Nothing.
Really?
No.
Terrified because, what Beth is saying, I feel the same way. I was terrified to have my mom come visit me because she speaks Spanish.
Yeah.
Okay. And here in Texas, they hear people speaking Spanish.
Yeah, you're a
You
target.
can get detained. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. They're going to, and you heard about what happened to Chris, how he got detained because he was out jogging all because he wasn't white tee.
Right.
I mean, I was terrified to have my mom, it was more her return trip because she went home yesterday. I was worried about once she left my care, and waiting for her to board her flight. She got the bid, something happened. Escort because she needs assistance, and got to wait with her until she was on that plane and that plane was in the air going back home.
And again, if they get picked up by ICE, if I call the jail and if I call a local jail and say, is inmate so-and-so in there, they can tell me yes or no, or I can go to a website and I can see if someone's in jail or not, right? You call ICE and say, is so-and-so in custody? I'm sorry, that information is not permitted to be released.
You may never see him again.
Well, there was that young man who was picked up by ICE, and the only time his family knew where he was, they saw him on video being sent to Guantanamo Bay.
Exactly.
That's ridiculous.
Ridiculous. This is terrifying. This is the problem that my biggest issue right now is, where does this go to next? If you look a certain way, if they look at your social media and they see that you have a Black Lives Matter or whatever post, are you going to be next? I mean, seriously, people, this shit, you think it's never going to get to you until it gets to you.
Yeah. Yeah, you can drop me, thanks. I just want to ask
Okay.
that.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you.
So much.
Good luck.
Thanks.
That's kind of one of the reasons why my mom never went to get her citizenship. What Beth said, my parents, where they live in rural Pennsylvania, to get to the I guess I don't know, immigration offices would be the place to start.
Yes.
It's a 3.5-hour drive. She'd have to either go up into New York City or down into Philadelphia.
Ronnie, were you a sister? What's your sister?
Hey, Rebecca, hold on. Rebecca, you're unmuted. Oh,
Rebecca.
speak.
Rebecca, are you a Trump supporter?
No.
Did you mean to request that?
Oh. I don't think so.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Thank. Oopsies.
Tell you what, for anybody who comes up here accidentally, I'm just going to share with you that one time I was on the dais with the presiding pro tem, and the mic was on, and we were telling a really bad joke.
Oh my God.
The clerk looked back at us, and I mean, let me tell you, if looks could unalive someone, that would have been my last day on earth.
So I'm trying to get these people to, I don't know, we still got, well, we got about 10 minutes. Gene, are you a Trump supporter?
No. Till 2030.
Guessing that was an accident.
Sometimes wonder if it is an accident because there are other lives I've been sitting there waiting to be brought up, and I walk away from my phone, and all of a sudden it's like, shit, they brought me up, and
Yeah.
I didn't realize it.
Yeah. Omar, are you a Trump supporter?
I am not, sir, but I am a veteran, and if you don't mind, I would like to say something.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
First of all, good morning, Gunner. My name is Stan Sarn. Omar. I ain't gonna say my last name, but anyway, hey, Gunner, what I don't understand, I am probably upset with my fellow veterans. I know that we all should vote for whoever we choose. However, Dr. John McCain was pretty much belittled, embarrassed by, and not only was McCain a veteran, you know this as well as I do, so he was also a combat veteran who was shut down during combat.
Mhm.
And a lot of people really don't know what it's like to be in direct fire engagements, especially in an airplane. I don't know what it's like to be in direct fire engagements in the airplane, this on the
Yeah.
ground.
I'm glad I'm not. I'm glad I don't know.
Roger that. Thing, sir, is I was, and I just say this because I am a veteran. I am slightly upset with my brothers and sisters who voted to put this man in office. They knew what he was going to do. And the percentage of people that are being hurt by this president that's veterans, it's my mind is blown away.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you, sir. You have a good site now. I continue to follow you, sir.
Hey, I appreciate you, Omar, and thank you for your service. Just a quick question: are you still in, or are you a veteran? Are you out now? Well,
I'm not out, Gunny. I got out in 09 when I was in Saudi Arabia, seeing training gunnery tactics for SANG, which is Saudi Arabian National Guard.
Mhm.
Came back home with finally a conductor for railroad company in Illinois. Hey, Gunny,
Which branch did you serve in, Omar?
Army infantryman.
I'm an Army vet.
yeah.
Yes, man. Hey, Gunny, you all talking about taxes. Hey, Gunny, man, I pay every month.
Yeah.
$2,700 in taxes since President Trump has been in office. So I don't know what these people on your side are talking about. Sir.
Yeah, you can thank the TCJA for that.
Roger that. I'm talking about, I know that we no longer get our stipends, that all that stuff was taken away.
Mhm.
We no longer get clothing allowance.
You know what else ended up? So I used to I used to travel for. I used to sell forklifts for Toyota here in the tri-state area, Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio. And one of the things that hit me when I was used to be able to write off my mileage, and I was getting $7,000-8,000 tax returns a year because I was logging 30,000-40,000 miles a year. That ended under the Trump administration. So yeah.
Teach me, sir. What are these people talking about then, sir? That taxes are better for them.
Yeah.
They're working people now, Gunny.
Lying.
Yeah, they're lying. Exactly. That's all it is. Is they're just being total. They're lying so that they can continue their false narrative that Trump is doing good for the economy, doing good for their paychecks. Because it's at this point, it's the hill that they're going to unalive themselves on. Is they're not going to. Now there's a few that have come to terms that Trump is not doing good things for them, and have since voters regret. But I think the large majority, I think you're going to find is they're going to unalive on that hill and just go down with the ship that no matter how it impacts them, whether socially or their bank account or whatever. And I mean,
First, no one wants to see any American get hurt.
yeah,
Before I go in, I want to keep you all.
you're good.
We know what it's like when you're an American and people approach you. Then I'm an American who happens to be black. Nobody doesn't see them. They just saw me as an American. When I came a buck sergeant, brand new buck sergeant, we get all the crappy details. As soon as someone comes up to me, Sergeant Hardaway, you got to go pick up the Sergeant Major from the airport. You Sergeant Major from for Germany. I'm like, man, I got to go pick him up. So I go to pick him up, honey. Little bitty short guy, got freckles on his face. He said, your name's Sergeant Hardaway. I'm like, man, Roger, that's Sergeant Major. The first thing he asked me, he said, what color are you?
What?
I'm like, I'm Sergeant Major, I'm black. He said, you're wrong. Started off wrong with me already. You're green.
Yeah.
Dunny, I made the fucking burn. I hit center mass in Fallujah. 21 November 2004. And he gave me everything I needed in combat, brother.
Yeah.
Like, I wish every American could have just heard what he said.
Yeah.
I'm not black, I'm green.
Yeah.
We're not a color in America. We're Americans. As soon as we realize that, the better off this country will be. Thank you, brother. God bless.
Hey, I'll give you a follow, Omar. Anytime you want to jump up here, if we got room on the panel, you're more than welcome, sir. Thank you for your service. Have a great weekend.
Thank you for the service, Danny.
Roger that.
Bye, brother.
Bye. All right.
So I think I'm willing to be a little bit more charitable to the average Trump supporter than you guys are. I don't
Really?
think most of them are lying. I think that people generally aren't that economically literate or aren't really tracking their finances.
That's
some people.
yeah.
And I think that a lot of times when people are telling you the economy is better under Trump, they're not really describing a particular condition. They're describing how they felt about it.
Right.
We saw this with polling on the economy right after Obama left office. In the first few months Trump was in office, nothing had passed, nothing had changed, right? This was for all intents and purposes the exact same economy. There was no actual policy difference. Republicans had gone from like 20% of them feeling good about the economy to close to 80, right? So I think that the actual liars are the people fooling the average Republican voter. Well, I also think people have a tendency to see tax policy and the way we frame advantages like us and the 1%. I think people see these kind of like sports teams. So when they hear that the TCJA, like half of the benefits are for the 1% and the other half are for the rest of us, I think a lot of people hear, oh, well, 50-50, that's fair enough. But that's not really what that means. If you break down the math, that means that like if there's 100 people in America and the tax break is $100, you're looking at the guy at the top, you're giving him $50, and you're telling the other 99 to split the other 50.
Yeah.
That's what that tax cut is doing. That's what that means.
Meanwhile, also changing the code to remove things that you can itemize, right, that you can write off, which again results in the net loss. And the fact that you are paying more taxes, you're not getting a tax break because you are no longer able to write off certain things that you were able to write off before.
Right. That was my point. Yeah.
So that's why I was clear. As a small business owner, I ended up losing money because I wasn't able to write off the things that I used to be able to write off as expenses. So I didn't gain anything.
Yeah. So when they throw out the number, so I've heard maybe some in Grumblebee can give me the breakdown on this. I hear people throwing out a percentage number like 83% of the tax, I guess the positive benefits of the tax cut went to the ultra wealthy. What does that mean? Because going back to your earlier analogy, how does have you heard that for one, and two, like can you like break down what that looks like when they say that?
So I haven't looked at the new tax code line by line yet, truth be told. I couldn't tell you exactly what that means line by line, but When people say 83% of the benefits like that, usually what they're talking about is the total dollar amount being saved by the tax base. So what that means is that, and in this case, the ultra wealthy does not mean the 1%. When I see this quoted, this is the, I believe, the 0.1%.
Oh, okay.
83% of the benefit.
Gotcha.
Which would mean that 17% of the savings are going to, the bottom 999 people, just in terms of total tax dollars saved, right?
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I thought was the case. I'm not an econ guy, but I know that came up a good bit prior to the election with the TCJA and Trump wanted to make it.
I'm by no means an economist or a resident expert or anything like
Yeah.
that. I think I know a decent amount, but most of my economic analysis is pretty surface level.
Yeah.
The best experience I have is that for a year I was in ADCVD at the Department of Commerce instituting Smoot-Hawley tariffs. So really my biggest investment in the economic discussion right now is that when I hear people talking about tariffs, it makes me want to be one of the 22.
Like it?
God, it's just the worst discussion in the world.
Like. That's usually what I play to combat Trumpers' argument that tariffs are the way he's doing it are good.
Yeah, the job at Commerce was tough for me for a few reasons, not the least of which because I don't really believe in Smoot-Hawley tariffs. What Ben Stein said there is right. It's ironic that Ben Stein hasn't listened to Ben Stein and also voted for Trump.
Yeah.
I guess that just happens with some people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's funny. So what is the direction? What are they going to do with the TCJA now? Like since it's this year, like are they going to make it permanent or what's Trump's plan is? I'm not 100% sure on that.
Well, they have to pass new legislation.
Yeah, that's a really good question. If I was going to take a stab at it, and I don't know for sure, don't hold me to this. This is just a guess, right? But right now with the majorities they have, they kind of reflect the majorities that Trump had during his first term, right? When he could have passed essentially any tax bill he wanted to. If I was the Republicans right now, I would not make the middle class tax cut permanent. Because it doesn't seem that the middle class responds negatively to it not being made permanent. So I would just give it another 4-year extension and promise that we'll keep doing that as long as you keep Republicans in power. And then if they're not, I would just not vote for it if a Democrat tried to extend it.
Gotcha.
That seems to be the strategy the first time. But bear in mind that every time they renew this, they are adding tax cuts for the rich, and those are permanent every time. Those are not being renewed. They don't have to.
I'm going to say that the tax cuts for the 1% are permanent.
Yeah, they're not renewing anything.
They don't want to. I think they don't want to pass write up new legislation because of being hounded to change that.
Yeah.
I think they were writing new legislation so they can keep those tax cuts for the rich.
When people say that this 83% number for the ultra wealthy, this is not a renewal of a tax policy that's already doing that. This is on top of the tax cut they already had.
Oh, okay.
When people talk about the middle class benefit, they're just talking about renewing it. This is not extra that we're getting. This is, we might keep getting it.
Oh, okay.
That's why before he went into office, after he got elected, that's why he asked for the debt ceiling to be raised under the previous administration. That was why his push was so hard, so that they would pass that increase. This is why.
And is that going to be part of the new budget bill? Because I know Johnson had claimed, are they still looking to raise the debt ceiling? Because I think Johnson was talking about it. I saw it on the news, but are they still looking at doing that?
Yeah, so that's actually been written into the bill here, and I think it's one of the most concerning things about Congress right now that people are not talking about.
Right.
They have to raise the debt ceiling if they want to pass their agenda. They don't have a choice. This is required by the tax cuts and the budget goals that they've set for themselves. There's no choice but to raise the debt ceiling.
Right.
And when this administration was first starting, I actually felt a decent amount of confidence that we would be safe from a lot of the agenda because with the slim majority that they have in the House, the only choice Republicans had was to either get a vote to raise the debt ceiling from some Democrats, which would require them to be bipartisan, or from Republicans in really specific districts. I don't recall most of their names, but I think Rand Paul is an example, who have never in their entire career voted to raise the debt ceiling. Those are the only choices.
Hmm.
And when those are the choices, the Democrats are probably going to be easier to work with, as distasteful as you find it. But this time around, getting the House to pass this budget, they just had Trump and Elon threaten a Republican vote for it to say that they would just plug millions of dollars into their districts and primary them. And I guess to give the devil his due, they whipped the votes.
Because that's all they do is threaten, threaten, threaten.
Yeah.
And it works.
Yeah.
So, yeah, when Beth says that Congress hasn't done its job for 40 years, I agree.
Yeah.
Broadly speaking, Congress has had like abysmally low sub 20% approval ratings and 90% reelection rates for at least that long. And that sucks. But Congress has been in a new and deeply unsettling way not doing their job in this new administration so far. The way the Constitution was written, the legislative branch is supposed to be the most powerful branch for a reason. No matter what party the executive comes from, a runaway executive is not supposed to be able to just do whatever he wants, because their plan was that when you have the powers divided, Congress is never going to just allow the executive to usurp their power. They're always going to advocate for their own power and stop that. But what they didn't consider is that Republicans are all NPCs now. There was no consideration for that in the Constitution. There's no recourse for when Congress just won't fight for its own powers. So I guess we just wait and see.
I'm with Gunny on this. And I've already donated and offered my time, and I'm working with 3 major organizations. Again, I'm limited in what I can do in terms of boots on the ground, so to speak, because I care for my parents. But I can write legislation. We're writing some amendments. We're getting some things done both on the congressional level and on the state levels. But I'm also donating to the candidates in Florida, helping them boost their social media. And that's something we can all do. Share their, wherever you live. It doesn't matter. Share it. Ask people to contribute to it, because then at least we have a better balance that we can work with. We will actually gain the majority. Again, very slim, I think 1 or 2 person majority, but that's one way we can do. And then it is not too early to start looking at midterms.
Yeah.
See this, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party both need to do better jobs.
Mm.
The Democratic Party is abysmal on the local levels. Local levels, they suck. And they have these little fiefdoms, and you've got these people in there that have been a county chair for 25 years, and they're not gonna give it up because they feel like they know better than anyone else. Well, I'm sorry, times have changed. Move the fuck on. It is time for someone new. And they put their friends in there because then they feel like they have control. This is not what the parties are supposed to be doing. The parties are here to manage the operations of the party. That's it. And until and unless we can start getting people, like everyday people like Gunny or Sylvia or whomever, to run for office, we will continue to have the same people who have wealth. And we will have a lack of representation of this country at the table. It's got to stop. Instead of buying a latte every week from Starbucks, send that money to someone who's running for office, who isn't taking money from corporate donations.
Hey, Beth, you know what I think I'm going to do after my back surgery, after I heal? I think I'm going to run for delegate of Michigan.
I'll send you a check.
Send me a check.
Send you a check. Hey, listen, I'll send you a check. I am certified to run political ads on social media. And
Okay.
again, because of my limited, I'm out at my parents a lot of the week.
Yeah.
I can run your political ads. I run ads from $10 up to $10,000 to $25,000. Yeah, so we can run ads as high as you want, but I can run political ads. So
But I'm sick of this shit.
And I'm
Yeah.
not going to charge you a dime. If you get a donation and they say, "Hey, we want to help Beth cover her expenses," great. But at this point, I'm financially okay. I'm not doing this. I am doing this to protect my country and protect my grandchildren's democracy. That's it. So
Yeah, I want,
what you need, I will do what I can do.
yeah, I want to run for a delegate to the DNC here, because I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. I'm sick and tired of it.
Are any of you guys part of Mayhem's Money Out of Politics march and all that planning that's going on right now?
I am money out of.
I'm sorry.
I am working with Money Out of Politics.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because we're doing a live.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Jones is hosting a live today with Mayhem. It's going to be Jones, Mayhem, myself, Matt, you know, USMC Angry Veteran, and Brett Cross, and that's at 5 Eastern, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, they reached out to me and said that they were going to have me on a panel. Now, I did not realize that some of my comments and stuff were turned off, and so I have thousands of comments and things that I have to review on this platform, and I'm trying to get through them. But I haven't. And they wanted me in the discourse.
Mhm.
Everybody has invited me to their discourse. I finally had to turn off the notifications because I was getting a ding, 15 dings a second.
Yeah.
And I don't have time to go through all that nonsense.
Yeah.
If you have a task for me, you send me the task. I will make sure it gets done. But I can't read through everybody's fucking dialogue. I just can't do it. I don't have time. And quite frankly, it's just that's not my job, right? I don't have time for it.
Yeah,
So
I had to turn off my Discord notifications on that as well. So I get it 100%. But if anybody is interested, really the big thing is we just want to try to organize people to get to the march on July 27th. He's trying to get 2 million people there. But anyway, go ahead, Beth.
I'll
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did you say Ross, the rap?
Brett Cross. Not Rick Ross.
Brett.
Yeah, Brett. Yeah.
It's Brett, Brett, Brett Cross. Yes. Right there.
Wild Crow. There's a Money Out of Politics march in DC on July 27th. If you look up, well, it's actually in my Discord. There's a link to it. But Money Out of Politics. The gentleman's name, his name is Mayan, former Trump supporter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, Jones is hosting the live today, and we're gonna all be in there. I'm the state representative, at least temporarily for Indiana. So he's basically just trying to get the word out, looking for people to help in their respective areas and stuff like that. But more importantly, just getting bodies there to the march, I think is just really the big thing. But and then contacting legislators in your local area if you can do this and see who's voting how and all. Kind of essentially just plays up to the name says, Money Out of Politics. That's the common ground he found between both parties that they agree or not. That that's essentially we got to get rid of, because it keeps dominating essentially how it affects our legislation in mostly a lot of negative ways. Citizens United getting overturned, all that kind of shit. It all deals with that. But hang on one.
Yeah. Tesla. Yes.
What?
I'll tell you, when I'm 94 years old, I hope people are scared of me and Republican Soros.
Yeah. I want people to be afraid of me like they're afraid of Sylvia in here.
So, like, it's misogyny, it really is, because I get assertive and I'm the problem, but a man is sitting there yelling at me, and it's okay. It's not being me. He's not out of place.
I'm gonna tell you a funny story real fast. Me and several of friends that worked in politics were at an event, and one of my friends is 6 feet tall, and we're sitting there we're standing there talking to a legislator, and I'll never forget this. Even if I get dementia, I will remember this. I know. And this conversation, and of course we're treated like shit, right? Because we're women, right? And at one point she just snapped and she said, "Sir, the girls, they're never going to respond to you. They're not going to talk back to you. So quit looking at them and speak to me. I'm up here, eyes up here, because my girls will not speak to you. So again, eyes up here, sir." She railed that dude. And of course, he didn't stick around, but it was great to see that assertiveness being displayed and, her power. One of the first things I ever heard when I went to a state legislative body for a particular meeting was one of the sergeant at arms was standing there, and he literally said to me, "You're too loud for a woman."
I get that too.
Yeah. So,
I got cussed at too.
yeah, I don't care about that.
Yeah, I got cussed at. I get called every name in the book.
Oh, yeah.
But when you're done, Beth, I'll tell you what happened yesterday.
Oh, I'm done.
Oh, you're done? Okay. Well, yesterday I got this little girl, 23 years old. She would not shut up for anything. And I kept going at her. She's like, "I'm a former Democrat, voted for Trump." I'm like, "You're not you weren't a Democrat ever. There is no Democrat on the face of this earth that would vote for that piece of shit." Okay? She's like, "Well, because Kamala was illiterate and stupid." I'm like, "Kamala was illiterate and stupid. Kamala was illiterate and stupid." And I was on a phone call listening to this, okay? I go to her, and she's like, "And anyone who talks shit about the president is not for this country, and you need to leave." I go to her, "So let me get this straight. Okay? I just got off my phone call, and we need to have a little talk, you little fetus. So Kamala was illiterate and stupid. Have you heard that orange orangutan speak? Have you heard him speak? For Yosemite National Park. Thailand for Thailand. The mayor of Puerto Rico was the president and didn't know Puerto Rico was a U.S. territory.
Yeah.
Transgenics for transgender mice. Right? I can go on and on. We need to rig California forestry. Okay? We need to rake them or sweep them, broom them. We need to take a broom to the California forestry. Have you heard this moron speak? He can't even read.
He thinks that water demagnetizes magnets.
Yes. Have you heard him speak? He basically said he's for free speech while he calls a sergeant of arms to take Al Green. Have you heard this moron speak? Okay? So, and she kept going on and on. I got her, "Shut the fuck up, you stupid idiots." So anyone who is a former Democrat votes for Trump, there is no way in hell you are a former Democrat, because no way can a former Democrat vote for were this moron. You were never a Democrat. Because let me tell you, little girl, you dumbass fetus. No former I'm a Democrat through and through, voted Democrat since I was 8. Okay? I'm blue through and through. So you know what? These people who say they're former Democrats, they're the type of people who say, I have that one black friend.
Yeah.
That's what they are. Okay? So you don't come here and say you were ever a Democrat. So if you ever tell us that we need to leave this country, you are the ones that need to move to Russia.
Well,
Do you understand?
you
So
send them
get
to
the
me.
fuck out of here.
Okay, send them to me, Sylvia. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to make a deal. Okay, I'll make a deal with them.
No, that's not Sylvia. That's me, honey.
Oh,
Silence.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So here's what I do for someone like that. Now they have to do all the hard work. They have to pack, get their passport, all the paperwork done, right? Sell all their belongings. But if they want an autocracy or a theocracy,
Yeah.
to oblige, I will personally pay for them a one-way ticket to a theocratic or autocratic government of their choice. North Korea, okay, I'll send you there, one-way ticket. Russia, good, I'll pack your bags. Iran, sure. Iraq, okay,
Yeah.
ticket, I'll send you. I'll pay for it. Not first class. You'll go economy.
Yeah.
Well, it's communist. Spell communist, bitch. Spell it first before you call us communist and define communist. You can't even spell it.
I've never had. I tell people. I ask people that, and Sylvia will tell you. I put people through a lot of quizzes on here just so I can set like a baseline for like where they at on an intelligence level. This Trump, and I actually clipped it and put it in my TikTok the other day. But this woman goes, "You are the stupidest motherfucker. I've been listening to your lives," which begs the question: if I'm the stupidest motherfucker, why are you listening to my lives all the time? But you and your dumbass Democrat friends and this and that. And then I go, "Hey," her name was Andrea. I'm like, "Hey, Andrea, can you tell me what the 3 branches of government are?" And she could only name 2. And she's like, "Oh, I can't remember." And I'm like, "I'm the stupid one? Come on now."
Trumper to actually name all 3 branches of government.
And they can never define communism. They just say it's you. I'm like, well, first of all, that's an example, and I'm not an example of communism. But here's one of my favorite clips. We're going back to your point, Silence. Take paper straw. That listen. Have you ever had a paper straw explode? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
And from a scientific standpoint, how would that actually work? This is what people voted for. Paper straws exploding.
I don't understand. Was going back to plastic straws. I'm like, oh no, because I've used plastic straws with cabinet. I have 4 boxes of plastic straws because I buy them by bulk. That's the only time, like, and they're the flexible ones because my son has issue. He's disabled and he needs the flexible bendy straws to be able to drink okay and not gag when he drinks. So he's 24. Bought plastic straws.
Beth,
Yeah.
Beth, that was a lot of words in there. And there's probably a lot of how much money do you think went into writing that executive orders to reverse this whole plastic straw thing? No shit.
No shit.
Damn.
Let me explain though this too. This is so unpresidential. See, this is This is entry level shit. If I were to go into, if I were an employee, okay, and I were an intern, this is something they would hand me to take care of.
Mhm.
Hey, this is some of the, our employees are complaining about plastic straws.
Mhm.
Take care of this, right? As an entry level employee, that's what my job would be. I would be, that's the grump, right? This is so fucking unpresidential. If anybody had come to me in my role as an appointee and said, hey, or even as a staff member for any legislator, elected official, and said, hey, my constituencies want so-and-so to address this, I would have never, ever taken it to my elected official, to my boss, because it's not important.
Grum-
Afraid to.
Bring
Yeah.
this forward is freaking ridiculous.
Grum- Grumblebee, are you wildly dissatisfied with your straws? Because that's what they said.
You know, I gotta be honest. I'm not a Trump fan, but I've always been willing to give credit where it's due. And paper straws fucking suck, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Hey, they do. They do.
I think he's gotten a few things right. You know, it's not a long list, but I'll give him credit for it, right? Paper straws suck. I don't think we need the penny.
Am I the only one that's never used a paper straw? I'm just curious. Because
I'm in Maryland. We've had paper straws for a while. We don't even have plastic bags anymore, which I
What?
think that was a lot better. But I have a cat, so it's kind of a pain in the ass for me.
Oh yeah.
I'm okay with that because living in Germany in the early 2000s when we were stationed over in Stuttgart, you go to stores over well, basically most European countries are like this. They don't give you bags. You have to bring your own bags. And if they do provide them, you're paying for those bags. Like I think it was like maybe at the time 13 cents per bag or whatever. So I got used to always having my own bags or like these little crates that had handles on them. And that's how I still shop to this day. I bring my, even before people started pushing reusable bags here, I already had the ones that I had bought when I lived in Germany and kept using them here in the States. That I don't have a problem with.
Yeah. I'm just not wildly dissatisfied. I'm just not wildly dissatisfied with straws.
But
This is coming from a Congress where the 118th Congress didn't pass a damn bill.
I know
This
that's
is where Chip Roy went on the House floor ranting and screaming that they had nothing to go on.
I know.
Okay?
I know. I just want to say, big hype is about the problem with that we need to go back to plastic straws. I'm like, the fucking went away.
Yeah.
You can buy them on Amazon.
Because they have no bills to run on.
Right.
They're just running on bullshit.
Straws. They're grasping at straws. That's a fucking political ad, people. And you can
Thank you.
credit to Beth, the legislative liaison, for that gem. Thank you, Democratic Party.
So during Trump's first term, like, because I'm genuinely curious, what was there actually like really any very effective legislation that was put forward or approved or whatever during the Trump administration that was like
As far as Trump's first term go, the big accomplishments you could look to are the TCJA. You
Mhm.
consider that a big accomplishment. The USMCA.
They have no
which makes them torn
accomplishments.
up. The surrender of Afghanistan. The Doha? Was Afghanistan? Which one was Israel? Was that the Abraham Accords?
Abraham Accords. Yeah, Abraham
And
Accords.
then the First Step Act was good, but he didn't really sponsor or do anything with the First Step Act. Congress had already slated that. It got passed. I guess he didn't veto it, so you can give him credit for
Wasn't
that.
that Obama thing?
I think First Step finished passage under Trump, but don't quote me.
It was written under Obama.
It was written under Obama for sure.
Yeah.
It was. And again, all of these things, if you'll remember, what precipitated this passage of those things?
Of all of them?
Well, individually.
Oh, okay.
Who visited him at the White House? Kim Kardashian.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
What's the Yeezy guy?
Hey, Tanya.
Kanye West. You had these celebrities coming forward, stroking his you know what, and this is how. This is why we know, and I can tell you from that presser the other day because I put on a lot of pressers in my day. Okay, that presser with Zelensky was ordered and orchestrated, planned, everything by Russia. I guarantee it. I guarantee it to 100% that was done, scripted, ordered, orchestrated by Russia. I have zero doubt. Because first of all, those meetings do not take place in front of the media.
Yeah.
They do not happen. It is not considered the proper decorum. And it was a setup. It was a fucking setup. And I can tell you, I was talking to my family, my husband, and I was like, gosh, I hope he doesn't show up. I hope Zelensky doesn't show up. Well, look what happened.
Now I can see them now, like
Abraham Accords there when Grumble said, like, what was actually accomplished? Peace between countries that already had peace?
Yeah, very, very little was actually accomplished. I don't really hold Trump supporters to this because it's. I think you can say with decent confidence that the Abraham Accords, the combination of that and moving our embassy to Jerusalem, was probably a pretty strong precursor to October 7th if we're being really fucking real.
Yeah.
But Trump supporters try to use that to say, well, he brought peace to the Middle East. I'm like, how? How did he bring peace? I said, if that's true, then
Thank you. Exactly.
That has happened.
Exactly.
As far as I'm aware, Bahrain and Israel weren't at war in the first place.
That's what I'm saying. It was an agreement between four countries that already had peace amongst them. It was Bahrain, UAE, Israel, and the United States. Like, we already had peace between all of our countries.
No, he did it. This is going his credit. Come on, people. It's so disingenuous. He's good.
It was only kind of peace. Now it's super peace.
Did it all. You think that certain organizations were pissed at America before? Now that he said he's come to take over Palestine and he's going to own Gaza. Let me tell you, get ready, folks, because they're going to come for America.
Yeah, I mean, the Abraham Accords represent something that I think a lot of people don't pay attention to about how Trump negotiates with people, right? And that's that the irony is that despite being supposedly this great negotiator and big deal maker, the way that he's done foreign policy so far is to just cut the weaker power out of the negotiations entirely and not do anything difficult. It's just cede everything to whoever you think has more power and call it a day. So that's why with the Abraham Accords, he just doesn't include the Palestinians. With the Doha Accords, he just doesn't, in Doha, he just doesn't include the Afghani government. And now, in negotiations with the Kremlin, he just doesn't include Ukraine, right? Because actually negotiating between two competing interests would be hard, and he doesn't do things that are hard.
I have this popped in my head as we're talking about this when I was on a live last night with I'm sorry, I haven't had my coffee yet, so I'm having problems talking this morning. The subject, the question was, why'd you vote for Trump? And this Trumper says, because Kamala Harris was a Zionist. And I went, wait, what? What, you voted for Trump because she's a Zionist?
Do you think they even knew? Do you think they even?
My phone saying, that makes sense. What? Like, I'm like, you realize that Trump supports Israel, right? Like, specifically Netanyahu. And she was like, yeah. And I'm like, what's going on here? They're trying to out there Zionists? I was like, what?
I think they just say that to go.
Are they trying to oust him like they did in South Korea? Is that what they're trying to do?
Netanyahu?
Yeah.
Netanyahu that's the only reason Netanyahu is still in office. Is the same thing President Trump is. He has been indicted on multiple charges.
Oh, I know that. But are they trying to pull a South Korea on this?
If anybody could, I guess it would be them.
If that is happening, then it's very, very recent. I haven't heard about it.
Yeah.
It wouldn't break my heart.
Oh, shit. No, not me either.
I don't know, folks. I don't know. I think we just all. Because I'm going to just be real candid. We are part of the problem. Americans, after World War II, after the Korean conflict and Vietnam, we became very complacent.
100%.
And we've lost a lot of the historical knowledge of people like my uncle, who was part of the Chosen Crozum.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Who begged God to take him. Begged him. It was 32 degrees below zero. And he couldn't speak about it for years until he started getting dementia. And then he was speaking about it. And he was taking the boots off of his fellow soldiers. He was taking their clothing, they had already died. He would later go on to be a what do you call it? A minister who goes abroad. I can't think of the word, but anyway, he returned to Korea and became a minister there, and because of his guilt. And but we've lost that historical knowledge. We're losing the historical knowledge of the Holocaust. We're losing the historical knowledge of such evil things that people could not think was possible, that were possible, that happened in real.
You mean it wasn't space lasers?
Not space lasers. No, I know. Shockingly.
Come on. Yes, it was.
But then we got complacent as voters, right?
Yes.
And so most people can't tell you who their elected delegation is. They have no conversations with their elected officials. They're afraid to stand up. They don't have hearings. They don't go and publicly testify. We, as a society, are part of the problem. And until and unless the majority of us want to actually start being more engaged and holding people accountable, and now we have resources to do it. You don't show up at a town hall that's both in person and virtual, that's okay. We'll answer the questions for you from your voting record. You don't want to speak on why you voted a certain way, that's okay. Your vote will speak for you. So again, get involved. Contact your members of contact your elected officials on every level and be informed. If you're and don't get overwhelmed. People will say, well, I'm interested in education and taxes and healthcare. And okay, well, pick one or two, go to your state legislature, put in your search engine that what you want to follow and follow those bills or those issues. Same thing with Congress. Go to your congressman, hit get alerts, or if there's a subject matter of interest to you, push get alerts under a particular bill. Understand two things. Resolutions from either the House or the Senate are pieces of paper. They are simply statements on by the chamber or by a party. They mean nothing, and they are a waste of money. Again, going back to what you said before, they cost thousands of dollars to generate and do nothing. Because then you have to go to legislative research. Legislative research has to research the issue, has to draft the resolution. Then the resolution has to be printed. Resolution has to be distributed. Then the resolution has to be presented. So if you take time, paper, research, energy, you're talking thousands of dollars for nothing.
Yeah.
And the same thing for an executive order. So if you have a member of Congress, your member of Congress introducing a resolution to make English the common language, fuck that shit. Focus on bills that actually will either be vetoed or passed into law. I mean, why would an elected official care about you if you don't care enough to contact them and speak your mind? Why should they care?
Yeah.
So I gotta drop off here, guys.
No worries.
So much. It's always good to be in company with great people.
Yes, ma'am.
Yanni, keep up the good work. And
Thank you, Beth.
you said 4 o'clock today, Eastern Standard Time.
Hang on. Let me confirm on my phone. Hang on one sec here.
You ladies are awesome, by the way. And Grumblebee, I started.
So are you?
You been?
Thank you.
5 p.m. 5 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, so I met Grumblebee a while back, and then he's been jumping in my lives a good bit, and I really love having him in here, as well as all my panelists. I'm new at this, so you guys are way more knowledgeable than me, so it's always a pleasure to have you guys up here and speak truth.
Well, I think you freaking rocking it. So I don't know.
I'm getting there.
If you've been doing it this for a short period of time, you're doing a great job. So
I
keep it
appreciate
up,
that.
and I'll see you guys, I'm sure, in other circles, and I'll try and catch that
Yeah.
that live today. So
Sounds
have a
good.
great day, guys.
Thanks. You too. Bye-bye.
You too, Beth. Love you.
Whoops. Yeah, 5 p.m. Eastern time today. If you guys want to tune
Sleeper, man.
in. Sorry. Oh shit. Yeah, 5 p.m. Eastern time. Jones is live today. What's that?
Trump.
No, he's a friendly.
Snow.
Yeah.
But also a Marine vet. But yeah, I'm a Harris supporter.
Thank you for your service,
Yeah.
sir.
One of the other reasons, of course, we get along famously. The fellow
I'm
crayon.
not a vet.
That's
I've
okay.
never served. I want to say I'm a single mom and of a 9-year-old, almost 10-year-old. His birthday's in July, and forgive me for saying so, but if he ever served in the military, the police, or the fire department, I've told him because he wanted to. He came home one day. He goes, "Mom, I think I want to go in the military." I go to him, "I will unalive you myself if you ever join me." Because no.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask you guys, can they force him? Because he's my only child. Can they force him?
No.
Not right now. There's no draft.
No draft.
No. When he get, I know, because when I was in high school, there were recruiters.
Oh, that still happens though.
Yeah.
They go everywhere. Yeah.
But can they? Because he's gonna go into middle school next year. Yeah. No.
Can I ask why we wouldn't want him to? Because I'm sorry, but my time in service was the best time of my life.
It scares the hell out of me. He's my only child.
Well, I would say under this administration, well, how old is he again? 10, you said?
In July, he'll turn 10.
I would say like under a Trump administration, I would probably say no. It'd be up to the individual.
Yeah.
But I think it.
Not under this administration, but
Yeah.
like overall, like
Yeah.
for what I was trained in, the security clearance I was able to get. So when I separated from the military, my job offers were like through the roof because of my security clearance. Also, my main
In the chat, I know he has to register for selective service once he turns 18. I understand that, but I didn't mean to cut you off, sweetheart.
I mean, my main goal to why
I'm a mom. I'm a mom. You know, it scares me.
I'm a mom too, and the main reason why I joined was to pay off my college loans. I never thought I was gonna end up loving it and getting out of it what I got out of it. I just thought, shit, I'll just sign up, do this for 4 years, get my college loans paid off, and that's that.
And so, we lost his dad 2 years ago to cancer.
Hey, I'm a Gold Star wife, so I buried my first husband wearing my uniform. So
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, the military is. I understand why having your only kid joining the military would be scary. I went through something like that myself. I am the only service member in my family. Right. My family mostly lives on the West Coast. Very liberal. Very much like a Eugene, Oregon kind of family.
Yeah.
And it was the right decision for me, but it's really hard to make that choice before game day, right? So when I joined, I was 19, and I was flunking my way out of community college, living in my mom's basement. I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life. I mean, I was just a mess. I just didn't get the skills I needed from high school. And the Marine Corps turned my entire life around. I have my degree. I have a good salaried job. I have a lot of work history. I've got good credit, right? And that's not going to be everybody's experience, but it was mine.
Yeah.
Right.
And that could be the case, right? I'm a classically trained guitarist. I was trained by some other veterans who actually were in the military band, in the Marine Corps band. And the funny thing is that one of them was this, he's a much older guy, it's about a little over a decade ago now. And he came to us and said, yeah, I knew the draft was coming. I knew Vietnam was going to happen. So I got ahead of the game and I joined the Army, or I joined the Marine Corps. Man, I think there's a lot of jobs you can get that aren't necessarily like frontline, right? Even in the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
You hear that line of like every Marine is a rifleman. And that's kind of true. You're gonna get trained, and there's always the possibility that something's gonna happen to you. But the danger is very, very relative to your job. When I went into the recruiting office too, I told my mom I was going to try to get a job with the Navy in Intel, but the Navy recruiter gave me the runaround, and I went to the Marine recruiter and was like, I want this job.
I joined the Marine Corps because I was in high school. My stepdad was an alcoholic. We had just gotten into a fight, and I got kicked out. Well, he was abusing my mom, and then I kicked his butt, and then I got kicked out of the house. And then my best friend was like, "Hey, I'm joining the Marine Corps. You want to go?" I'm like, "Sure." So we went in on the buddy program. I was at 19 years old, and then I was like, "You know what? I'm going to do this, and I'm going to get out, and blah blah blah." And then like 15 years later, 4 deployments later, ended up making a career out of it. Now it turned me around because I was essentially, I would say, despite that particular incident, I was not going in the direction that I should have been going. And then short of the 2 years after I got out after Iraq weren't so great because I was, self-medicating because of Iraq and all that kind of stuff. Now, fast forward several years, I've got my VA disability. I'm 50 now, 54 now. I've got my Social Security disability. I'm living a life that, I don't have like any, financially, I'm good because I live within my means. I know a lot of people can't say that, but overall, the military, despite its issues that I ran into with, Desert Storm, Somalia, and Iraq, I would say overall it has benefited me exponentially. So,
Well, I mean, don't even get me started with Bush and Iraq.
oh my, yeah, I get it.
My cousin became a widow because of that with 3 children.
Yeah.
So it just, I mean, no disrespect to
Oh, I know you don't.
I swear.
I know you don't.
I get it.
Please,
But it's like when people start talking about, like your friend, she lost her husband.
Yeah.
I lost my husband too, but it wasn't in combat.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't in combat. He was just. His brother was never married. They were just standing in front of his business, and they got boom boomed due to an Islamic. What did it?
I thought he was in the military.
No. Like I told you.
That's kind of what I was going with, like,
Yes. What do you call them? Those
IED.
drive-by.
No. Those Islamic
IED.
people.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you talking about like somebody that was wearing a boom boom vest or something like that?
Yeah, where they were those in the name of Allah or something, whatever they are.
Yeah.
Islamic chief group things. And he was just standing in front of his business. Unbeknownst to them, and it's hard to talk about.
I would say this. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me cut you off.
That's it. I'm like I told Gunny yesterday, I'm a Catholic from Iraq. I was born there. I've been in the U.S. since I was 2 years old. And I have family there. We don't have any family there anymore because we're all scattered everywhere. And we can't see each other because of the fact that I have family in Australia and in Canada and Italy and Germany and Amsterdam, and it just, we're everywhere because of the fact that the United Nations just sent them in different places because they wouldn't allow them to come to America, unfortunately. We don't know, because
You're from Baghdad. You were born in Baghdad, right?
I was born in Baghdad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last time I was in, yeah. So when I went on the deployment there, we went all the way up to Baghdad and stayed in the palaces and all that stuff. And then I finished the last part of my.
Terry that stole Saddam's gold.
No, but we had troops. We had troops that were getting court-martialed for trying to do that. But yeah, like they were still in pieces of marble, gold coat hooks, a bunch of shit like that. And then I finished my my first time over there out of Tikrit running security, and then I came back, and then we went back up there. But I remember Baghdad when we were going up there. There was the mass exodus from Baghdad, and people were like stealing combat. They were riding combines, big fucking pieces of farm equipment, all strapped on there or whatever. Out of Baghdad when we were going in there. This shit was fucking nuts. So anyway.
Yeah, I've never. I mean, was born there. We left. We went to Denmark because my uncle lived there, and then we went to California for 6 months, and then we came here. Because my dad's side of the family lived in California, but then we came here, and we've been here ever since. And you can basically say I was born in the U.S. because I know nothing.
Of Iraq.
I don't know anything about Iraq.
Yeah.
As far as, because we never went back.
Yeah.
But I have cousins that I've never met. I have aunts and uncles that I've never met. I have an aunt that I had never met that passed away. Never knew her.
Yeah.
In Iraq, and it's just, that's just the way it goes, unfortunately, because that's how life separates you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And when you take the oath to become a U.S. citizen, there's something in there, and I don't know if I'm saying it correctly because I don't remember. When we came here, it took about 20 years before we became U.S. citizens.
Damn.
Yeah. 20
years?
What was 20 before I became a U.S. citizen?
Holy crap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Beth was
forgive me, 18.
Still.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
I think the running average is like what, 8 to 10 now, which is still entirely too long. But 18, that's freaking insane.
That's when I became.
I'm sorry.
I joined for the language program. I wanted to be a crypto linguist, right? And I went through DLI. You don't get to choose your language or anything, but it was in 2014 that I got there. So even though we were in a drawdown, there were really good odds you'd get the Arabic program. So I did. I'm far from fluent, especially at this point, but I did learn a lot of it. And one of the rules, or one of the stipulations they put on being a teacher at DLI for any target language is that you have to be a native speaker of that language. And Arabic is, there's an entire Arab world, right?
Yeah.
From Northern Africa.
Different dialects.
Tons of different dialects. So what they teach you is modern standard Arabic, which is useful everywhere, but not fluent anywhere, right? But as a consequence of that, we had Arabic teachers from all over. We had a guy who was an Egyptian military retiree. We had a Sudanese woman. We had people all over the place. And one of them was a Kurdish woman from Iraq. He was actually in Halabja when Saddam Hussein dropped chemical weapons on it, which luckily didn't personally hit her, it didn't seem, but she was clearly not clearly not all there, right? Like she has seen worse things than I think I can imagine. So it's, I wouldn't say it's an experience I can personally relate to, but it's
That's
something
why-
to see the effects of.
That's why when certain maggots say they don't mind having a dictator, I'm like, really? Why don't you go live in a dictatorship and then come back and say you don't mind it? Because it's horrible, And what was I going to say? So I didn't live under Saddam's regime, obviously. That's from what I've been telling you guys. But God, what was I going to say? Shit. I hate when that happens. Saddam was not such a great guy. The only thing I did, honestly,
To say the least.
from what I hear from, I'm sorry.
I said to say the least. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. From what I've heard from
Can you make me coffee, please?
Christians and that were I'm on my side, he is a horrible human being. His sons were worse. They were just psychotic. They were doing the how can I say it in TikTok friendly words? They were doing the bad things mostly. But Saddam liked the Christian people. He loved them because you know what? At one point where I guess he was in a bad state, he was taken in by a Christian family and who took care of him. So he saw what Christians did, how they were, how compassionate they were, and how loving they were. So he never hurt the Christian. Oh wow, that's an echo. Call. Oh. Can you hear me? Call ended. Can you hear me? Yeah, we can hear you. It
Yeah.
says call ended. We heard call ended. I think it's your Bluetooth.
Yeah. Hey, Grumblebee, I got a question. So, Russia and Putin, who takes over? Like, let's say something were to happen to him or whatever. Like, is there like a successor that's out there that we don't know about or know about? Like, do we have any information on it, or do you? What is that? Because I'm just genuinely, I don't know why I just thought of that, but I'm like, what happens when Putin goes away and and the next person takes over? What does that look like, or do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I don't know too much about Russian internal politics. I don't think I could make a claim
I got
of
you.
any kind of certainty.
I got you. I was just curious. I don't know why I just thought of that, but I'm like, hopefully at some point he goes away, and then whether or not we get somebody that we can actually deal with, it'd be a whole other story. But how old is he?
He's in his 60s. I mean, no
So-
matter how you slice it, he goes away eventually. But
Yeah.
I could not tell you when or what happens after that.
I got you.
Okay. I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me better now?
Yes, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, so Putin is 72.
From
Yeah, I
72.
thought he was in his 70s.
I was gonna say, no, he's older than the sixties.
I would say because
Yeah.
60s would be young.
Yeah,
Like-
he's 72.
Okay, so he's getting up there.
Yeah. Hopefully somebody can somebody take one for the team here in the US? Seriously? I mean, anybody? Not just for Trump.
We see how much people love Luigi.
Yeah.
Imagine.
I know.
He'd be
Seriously.
canonized.
He really turned into a saint pretty soon. Saint Luigi. Yeah, so he didn't hurt the Christians, but his sons, however, anytime they'd see a Christian girl, just let your minds run rampant as to what they would do. So that's why I never went back because anytime they would hear an American Christian girl, Iraqi, going back there, they'd hear about it and they would find her. And, you know, they'd like to have fun. So, here's what I wanted to say, because somebody was saying, and you even mentioned it. Yeah, that's why when people say about the immigrants here, oh, why don't they file? Why don't they file for asylum? They do file for asylum, but the immigration laws here and the time it takes to become a U.S. citizen takes a fucking long ass time. I mean, even this was back in the 80s, and it took 17, 18 years for me to become naturalized. You know, we can't blame it on the migrants or the immigrants that come here to become citizens. There has to be some sort of a compassion. It's our government. It's our government, and the time it takes for paperwork to be wrapped up and for them to get to the courts and their dates and things like that. So what happened to Americans? I mean, come on. We can't always blame it on these people. They're coming here to get a better life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say that I kept forgetting.
Yeah, no, I agree. I looked up successors for Putin just out of curiosity. Mikhail Mishustin, 58-year-old prime minister, would be the logical choice for successor. Not just because he'd become interim president should Putin step away. Also regarded as Putin's most likely successor by Russian experts in a survey. Trained economists, spent a decade as head of the country's tax bureau. Let's see. He's been muted about the Ukraine war and focused largely on containing the fallout from Western sanctions placed on Russia since February 2022 when the war began. He reportedly opposed Putin's decision to invade. And then there's several other choices, but he was at the top of the list. So just wondering if we're that guy, Mikhail Mishustin, he's the prime minister right now. He would be the likely successor should something happen to Putin or he would step down, which I don't think he would. They did a survey. They said that July 24, 40% of people believe Putin will remain in power until he passes away. 23% said they expect a palace coup. That would be interesting. So I just think about shit like that sometimes with what's going on. But yeah. All right, let's see. I got 11 o'clock. I got to get some breakfast, folks, and then I got to get ready for my live later. Say again?
Can't eat, sorry.
No, but I'm not allowed to eat. I have to because I got to work out too. So, but I appreciate everybody coming out today. Say again? All right. Well, I appreciate everybody coming in for the live. Thank you for the support and co-hosting up here. As always, you guys are greatly appreciated. Again, 5 Eastern time on Jones's live. If you guys want to tune in, there'll be some good information to go there. If I decide to do a live prior to that, I'll post it up in my thoughts on the TikTok or whatever. But if I don't, hopefully I'll see you in the live later this evening. And that's it. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good one.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yes, sir. All right, cool. Cool. Thank you. All right, all right. Yeah, I'm just gonna come up and get it done. That's okay. You're good, baby. We're trying to get stop.